Magnificence, Dean, dear ladies and gentlemen, I hope you can understand me. I welcome you here in Freiberg to our school, our autumn school on co-benefits of climate policy. Yeah, here you see the first slide because I think most of you were not very familiar with Freiberg before. Freiberg is on this map. You can see it at nearby the border to Poland and the Czech Republic. Yeah, and actually, initially we planned to have this school in the castle Freudenstein. Maybe you have had the opportunity to take a look at this castle already. It's quite nearby this place. But because of COVID, we thought it's better to have more safety, more space. That's why we shifted here to the Alte Mensa. Another thing is that you see here many renowned people, like, for example, Lomonosov, Humboldt, and others who were active here in Freiberg, indeed. Yeah, they were studying at the Technical University in Freiberg. Yeah, so it's quite prestigious place to study. And there's another person which has not studied here, but who lived here in Freiberg, and he's very important for our conference or for our workshops also. Yeah, we have individual workshops also during this school. It's von Karlowitz. Yeah? If you go to this big square in the city center, the Obermarkt, you see the Karlowitz house. Who is Karlowitz? I don't know who of you know him, but he's in fact the person who coined the term sustainability. Yeah? So in the time when he lived in Freiberg, the scarcity of timber was a serious problem for mining and the metallurgy industries in Saxony. So what he did, he thought about ways to make sure that in the long run we have sufficient amount of timber for the industry. That's why he wrote his work Silvicultura Economica, where he explained how you can manage forests in a sustainable way. And as we all know, sustainability has become, or sustainable development, has become a key concept in international policy since the Rio Conference in 1992 at latest. Yeah, and then we had the Millennium Development Goals, and meanwhile we have these Sustainable Development Goals, which were a part of this package of the UN Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development, which was agreed in 2015 in New York. It's in fact the same year when the Paris Agreement was agreed. Yeah, and both are concerned with sustainability, of course. Yes, of course, the UN agenda it's quite clear, but also if you look into the Paris Agreement, for example, in Article 2 or Article 6, you see there's an explicit reference to sustainability. Okay, and sustainability, yeah, has not only the environmental dimension, we also have economic and social sustainability. So when we talk about climate policy, we also have to take into account the other dimensions. So you do not only have this one effect of climate policy, but you have several effects, which are spreading on different spheres. Yeah? And this can also be reflected by the Sustainable Development Goals, which were included in this UN Agenda 2030. And you see, these dimensions, 3 dimensions of the sustainability triangle, can be found also here. Yeah? Of course, we have here the goal 30. Yeah? It's in fact close linkage to the Paris Agreement here. But climate protection is only one of 17 goals. Yeah, but we also have aspects like peace, justice, gender. So we have also other dimensions. And every climate policy, of course, has not only an effect on climate, but also on other goals and other sustainability dimensions. This is not an exception, this is the rule that we have additional effects. Yeah? And here in this school, we of course deal with the primary intention of climate protection or adaptation. But we also take a look at the co-effects, like employment. I arranged this in this overview of goals. So we have here co-effects on employment. It's affecting Sustainable Development Goal 8. Yeah, we have also effect on other environmental issues, like air pollution. And the benefits from such effects are regularly assessed to be very important. They're significant and it's relevant for climate policy to take them into account. And two key questions which we have here in this school is, do co-benefits stemming from these co-effects provide new opportunities for an improved, a more intense climate protection? Because they could provide more additional benefits which we should take into account. Of course, we know there could also be negative effects, there could be trade-offs, there could be ancillary costs. And with this we come to the second key question. We may also have new challenges. If you have climate policy, but you have different goals, there may be trade-offs. How do you weigh them? Yeah? How can you coordinate different policies? And I think this will become more and more important, especially when there are more efforts to link Paris Agreement and the UN agenda, taking into account more than one objective. So co-benefits, or the modeling of co-benefits, is an appropriate approach to address such challenges. And yeah, the good thing is we are here not only economists, we are from different disciplines, so we have different perspectives. We have here students from different parts of the world, which is makes me very happy that you took the effort to come here, despite all the limitations because of COVID. Finally, I would make it more concrete. Let's take a look at the European policy. You know, it's strongly influenced environment policy by the European Green Deal. It includes, for example, the 2030 Climate Target Plan and other documents. Yeah? And the EU has a primary aim of course, protecting the climate. And there are also targets. Yeah? We want to become climate neutral by 2050. But besides that, if you look into the documents, you see additional goals, yeah? Additional co-effects which they want to generate. For example, the transition of the energy system towards a more sustainable, more climate-friendly system should take place in a social, fair way. Yeah? Of course, it's related to Sustainable Development Goal 10, and the EU has the idea of this social climate fund to address this. Or to spur green innovation. I printed this board because this is quite interesting. On the one hand side, it's an objective. It's a side effect that you spur green innovations. But at the same time, they're urgently needed. Yeah? Without innovations, you will not become climate neutral by 2050. So we have here, again, the structure with the primary objective of, if we take the perspective from climate protection point of view, climate policy point of view, and we have side benefits or co-benefits, ancillary benefits. So I think it's very policy relevant at the moment, in particular on the international level. And I hope that this school will contribute to a better understanding of these concepts. The school will be long, so I keep here my presentation quite short and would like to give the floor to our rector, Professor Bergakademie. Thank you very much.
Dear Professor Rübecke, it was just a second when I finished my last word on my speech. So thank you very much, dear organizer, Professor Dr. Rübecke and Dr. Stefan Vögele, dear colleagues and Spectabilität, Dean of the Faculty, Professor Dr. Andreas Horsch, dear speakers and dear participants of the today's meeting and the whole school for the next 5 days. There are always questions for researchers, that's clear. And then there are big questions for the mankind. In the coming 5 days, you will clearly address some of the big ones. And I'm really pleased that we start with the youngest and even with a child in the background. And I hope you can bring your child in an even better future than today. The biggest ones you have to address in the forthcoming 5 days are how can we as a society manage to decarbonize industrial processes? How can we reduce CO2 emissions? And how can we convert energy systems? And with this, stop global warming. And more precisely, how can politics contribute to this transition? You, my dear participants, will work together and hopefully find some answers to these questions at this year's International Autumn School, Climate, Policy and Energy System Transformation. New opportunities and challenges of the consideration of co-benefits. I'm very happy to safely welcome you at our premises in the historical city center of Freiberg, despite the travel restrictions. And I warmly welcome you to the university, which always, since 256 years now, stipulated and contributed to transmission processes whenever it was necessary. And believe me, it was, and it is, and it will be always necessary. In an interdisciplinary manner, you will focus on political measures that are intended to induce transformation processes. Furthermore, you will deal with a wide range of effects and of these measures. You will analyze the effects that climate protection measures generate in addition to the primarily targeted climate protection effects, for example, on biodiversity or energy security. These co-effects associated with climate policy are of considerable importance for the attractiveness and functionality of climate protection measures. You will get to know different approaches from economics, philosophy, psychology, environmental and political sciences. Internationally renowned scientists will accompany you throughout this journey. I would like to warmly welcome the school's faculty and take the opportunity to shortly introduce some of the members. Professor Dr. Andreas Löschel has come to Freiberg from the University of Münster to familiarize you with the economics of climate change. He is also a chair of the Expert Commission on the Monitoring Process Energy of the Future of the Federal Government of Germany. The environmental economist Professor Dr. Alexander Golub focuses on climate economics and environmental finance and will speak to us from the American University, Washington. Professor Dr. Karen Pittel is head of the EFO Center for Energy, Climate and Resources in Munich and co-chair of the German Advisory Council on Global Change of the German federal government. The Institute's research findings provide policymakers and business leaders with a basis for making informed discussions and, after all, informed decisions. Last but not least, I would like to warmly thank Dr. Stefan Vögele from Forschungszentrum Jülich and Professor Dr. Dirk Rüppelke, Professor of Environmental and Resource Economics at the TU Bergakademie Freiberg, for organizing this autumn school, as well as the Volkswagen Foundation for its financial support. It's not the first autumn school, and I hope we will have in the next year and after the next year and the following years always those kind of schools. I'm sure you will have some interesting insights and fruitful discussions. Glück auf!
Ja, drum. Ja. Okay. So. Yeah, please. You first. Yeah. So, good morning everyone. So after the head of your autumn school, the schoolmaster, so to say, my very dear colleague Dirk Rüppelke, and after the rector of our faculty, distinguished Professor Klaus-Dieter Babknecht, had the pleasure to welcome you to 2021's autumn school on climate policy and energy system transformation. Now, it's my privilege to add, so to say, some opening and welcoming remarks on this occasion. I definitely, ladies and gentlemen, enjoy to do so as the Dean of the Faculty of Business Administration, to whom Dirk Rüppelke belongs, and which very much benefits from his initiative and his series of autumn schools, by which he always manages to have an impressive number of distinguished research fellows here in Freiberg. So I enjoy these opening remarks, and so that you enjoy them, I decided not to talk about contents, and also because I do not dare to do so, because I lack the background, in particular the background of Dirk Rüppelke or the research fellows, and also the background of the rector. But instead, I thought it might be a good idea to tell you a little bit about your host, that is the faculty in that case. And when it comes to the Faculty of Business Administration at Freiberg University, which is admittedly famous not for economics so far, but you are going to change that, but for everything that starts with geo and things, I dare to say that this faculty is characterized by a very nice, I dare to call it nice, combination of the ordinary and the extraordinary. To take 2 or 3 examples, let's talk numbers first, so quantities. When you look at the Business Administration Faculty of Freiberg, you will find, depends on how you count, but it will be 15/16 professors / chairs. And they are responsible for research projects and also, of course, for lecturing
let's say about 1,000 students. Even if you include the fact that the faculty delivers a lot of courses for the other 5 faculties of Freiberg, that means we have a very nice ratio of research teaching staff on the one hand and students on the other hand. And I definitely think this deserves the label small but beautiful. So much on quantities. When it comes to qualities, you could say, looking at the chairs, you will find a collection of some which are quite ordinary. For example, look at me. Yeah? So I'm an investment and finance guy. Yeah? This is why I skip the contents. And this also means I'm quite ordinary. Yeah? If you're polite enough to not say boring. Just by the way, extraordinary at the moment is my face, but I didn't wrestle a bear, but I just returned from the Alps and I collected some really nasty blisters there. So do not worry. So some are ordinary, some are extraordinary. I'm starting with Dirk Rübbelke's chair, who deals with environmental, energy, resource economics. Of course, this is not a worldwide standalone label any longer. If it were, he probably would stand alone here in this room today. Yeah. So, but it also is no worldwide standard. And these extraordinary chairs, as well as the ordinary ones, when it comes to their specialties, what they do is they have a common denominator, and this common denominator is that they show, that they represent, that they stand for the particular profile of this university, which is the resource or University of Resources. Yeah? And then this even includes guys like me, yeah, who decided to specialize on project finance, energy finance, things like that. And this is one thing when it comes to the contents. And another characteristic, I would say, is that this faculty is characterized by a quite welcoming, I hope I can express this, and open, yeah, and discussion-friendly culture. You will have the pleasure to meet some members of the faculty's team. Some of them are here already, but they will encourage you to never hesitate to talk to them. The faculty is particularly open to share, for joint projects, be it joint third-funded projects, be it just plain joint publications, be it joint lecturing, like guest lecturing, exchanges, things like that. And never hesitate to contact them. And this also includes the boring guy, that's me. So never hesitate to contact the dean or the dean's office, also during this school. Of course, this is the boss. But if you think there's anything we can help you with, never hesitate. So, ladies and gentlemen, probably, yes, that's great. That much said, actually, I could conclude, but we scientists, of course, we tend to go to the limits, and of course, in particular, to the limits of time slots. And so I would prefer, because I think I have some more minutes, I hope you allow me to add one more thought. And this is the fact that the combination of ordinary and extraordinary also comes to mind, at least to my mind, when I look at this assembly. Because first thing, it's definitely not ordinary. Instead, it's extraordinary to have such a number of such distinguished research fellows that address such a pressing topic at the same place at the same time. So this is definitely extraordinary. You could also say excellent. But in some way, I would say this conference also represents the ordinary in the very best sense of the word. Because what we do here, what you will do 5 days long, is a traditional conference. And that means real people meeting presenting papers, listening to the presentations, go into discussion groups, follow tracks whatsoever. Yeah? And this is ordinary in the best sense of the word because it represents, in my opinion, a very refreshing and very reassuring way, a step back to academic normal. Yeah? After weeks and months of academic, pandemic, lockdown, however you call it, yeah? So this is something we enjoyed prior to 2020, yeah? And by being ordinary, it's quite extraordinary too. Yeah? And so that's one more reason why I enjoyed so very much to address this assembly, and why personally and also as a representative of the faculty, I can assure you, can confirm that we are quite happy to have you here. Yeah, and we very much hope that you'll feel welcome. And what I can do now as a really concluding sentence is, I wish you an absolutely enlightening, insightful, refreshing conference. Yeah, I wish you a nice day in this beautiful town of Freiberg. Yeah, I wish you a good time, and I, of course, wish you that you stay absolutely healthy. Yeah, so prior to this event, during, and also after. Yeah, so in brief, welcome, have a great conference, also have fun, yeah, and stay healthy. Take care, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the presentation, for your speech, and for your words. My name is Stefan Vögle. I'm representing the Forschungszentrum Jülich, which, so, okay. So, okay. Just one slide, few words. Forschungszentrum Jülich. You found our logo also on the program. So I have to say some words about our institution. We are proud that we could cooperate with Dirk and with University of Freiberg. It's a long tradition to work together, and thanks again for give us the opportunity to join and to coordinate, co-organize the school. Forschungszentrum Jülich, it's one of the members of the Helmholtz Association in Germany. There are 18 research centers. The Forschungszentrum Jülich has about 6,500 employees, which 4,000 scientific staff. So it's one of the largest research institutes in Germany. Very important is, for this conference, for this thing, is our research areas are not only energy, not only climate change. We are looking on information, which is brain research, also supercomputing, so it's a broad range in the field of information. Bioeconomy is one of our research areas, energy with energy storage, climate change, and so on. So it's also a broad range of areas, and so we think we could also contribute to this conference and to this school with our experience. The other thing is, as Dirk mentioned, Freiberg is near Dresden. It's the border to Eastern Europe. We are near the Netherlands and Belgium, so we bring also our view into this conference, the view of being organization which is located to Netherlands, Belgium, and this is other aspects we want to bring in this conference. Just to give you one feeling, if you see our logo and our us here, and so. But let's start with the program and with the presentation. Andreas, the floor is yours. So.
Excellent, so good morning. Thanks a lot for having me as the first speaker. So expectations are high. Well, hopefully I'm not disappointing you. Well, first, of course, congratulations for assembling so many researchers here in this room. I think that's amazing. Actually, the first meeting that I attend in this format since quite a long time. So I hope you are friendly with my speaking skills, which might have deteriorated in the last 2 years or so. Nevertheless, I think it's a great opportunity. I mean, 20 years ago, when I started, or when I worked on my PhD, actually, Dirk published his thesis, a nice book with Edgar Elgar at that time on co-benefits. And I think that was the first really comprehensive discussion about co-benefits at that time. This was the beginning of the 2000s, and this topic was relatively new. We still tried to grapple with the Kyoto Protocol at that time, and so co-benefits was another dimension that was added to this discussion. And since then, Dirk was, of course, working a lot on these issues. We as well had the opportunity to work a bit together, and there are a lot of people in this room who know much more about me probably on co-benefits, because now this has been established now as a research field as well. And for good reasons. And I try to give you some of at least my perspective on why this is such important research topic, and the other speakers have already elaborated a bit on that. And I would like to use an example, a paper that we have written, which is on co-effects. I called it co-effects because I read this in the program on co-effects of climate policies in China. And this is an experimental study, so I'm going to give you a bit another perspective that probably complements some of the things that you're going to hear the next days. I know that there are some theorists working on co-benefits. You will as well hear some simulation studies that try to elaborate on co-benefits, and I'm going to present you a bit another perspective, looking at co-benefits of climate protection from an individual perspective. Of course, the other things are equally important. I mean, I'm going to give you as well a 5 minutes intro on, let's say, what we think is the theoretical framework, but this has been developed by Wolfgang Buchholz, and he's going to talk to you, I think, on Wednesday, so he's going to do that much better. Of course, we have as well done also together simulation analysis, and I'm currently running a relatively big project of the German Research Ministry that is looking on co-benefits, and we are working with modelers from Tsinghua University, from other universities in China. They try to simulate what actually environmental regulation would allow to achieve in China. And when I'm talking here about co-effects or co-benefits, you will see that I don't really care about the nature of the co-benefit because or the co-effect, because we only try to measure it now. There might be a lot of different co-benefits, and of course in the modeling there is very often a concentration on co-benefits that are related to air pollution. That's as well, I think, a very good co-benefit because it's captured in most of the energy system models, and that's easy to track. But of course, there are many more co-benefits that are important to look at, and they are much more difficult to capture quantitatively. Think about things like energy security, think about things like local employment, where it's really difficult to understand what is really the additional effect coming out of climate policies. And so therefore, one of the ideas here is that, let's say, we look in a bit more comprehensive way on how people value whatever is there besides climate. Okay, and we are not really specifying it, but as I said, I mean, there's a lot of research now. Just to mention one, I'm as well part of the IPCC next big assessment report, 6th assessment report, and there we are going to develop a feasibility framework for policies, and this feasibility framework for policies is trying to, let's say, list all the different effects that come out of specific policies in all these different dimensions, and it's therefore, of course, a blueprint as well to think about trade-offs and feasibilities of implementing these different policies, because they have distributional effects, they have effects on environmental issues, they have social effects, and so forth. And I think this will be published in March, so if you are interested in reading the Working Group 3 contribution to the IPCC, you will find there a larger discussion of specific climate policies. So that's not only emissions trading, that's all type of policies that we can think of, and their feasibility in terms of their different targets and impacts that are linked to them. So this is a bit the run-up probably of these discussions, and as I said, I want to present one paper to you. And then we are currently working on 2 other papers. I'm briefly touching them, and Lara Bartels is going to present another paper which has as well a big component of co-benefits. This is on afforestation. So I leave it to the expert, but I'm going to talk about this one paper, and as I said, I'm briefly mentioned 2. This paper, that's a CES-IFO working paper, but it's as well going to be published in Land Economics probably this month. And this is what we call the real demand for global and local environmental protection. That's triggering some people if you talk about the real demand, because it implies that some things are probably not real. And the idea behind this is that people, of course, they very often if you ask them, that they will state that they really want to do something for the environment. In all polls, this is #1 priority, so people want to do something for the environment. A problem is, if they really have to do something, then this support deteriorates fast, and there's obviously a large discrepancy between the stated preference, we want to do something for the environment, and revealed preference, how people are actually behaving when they are confronted with choices where climate policy costs money. Okay, and I think you have a lot of experiences like that in your own countries. Here in Germany, we had a very revealing one because the German government just implemented carbon pricing in the non-emissions trading sectors in Europe. So this is everything that is not energy-intensive industry and electricity generation. So it's transport and building mainly. So they implemented a carbon price, and they put a price of 25 euros to start with this year, 2021, on fossil fuels in these sectors. And that raised 25 euros, if you calculate that, 8 cents per liter. Gasoline prices increased, and there was almost a revolution in Germany about these additional 8 cents, and especially about the prospect of raising it to 50 or 60 euro per ton of carbon in the next 5 years, which would translate into something like 17 cents on the gas filling station. Okay, and that describes very nicely that, of course, all the Germans are fully convinced and behind climate policy, but they are not willing to pay 17 cents at the gas station. Okay, so what we try to do here is we try to really understand better the real demand for climate protection. So if people are confronted with these choices, what are they willing to contribute? And we do that in a specific setting, which is China, because many of these co-benefits, they are relatively large in Asian countries. And I know that you have, I think, just following me, another presentation on exactly this topic by Professor Roy. And here in China, you will see that actually the co-benefit is the main benefit. Okay, so this is not about climate change, in China, at least not from our results. This is about the co-benefits of, for example, improvement in air quality. So that means here things swapped, because there are these large negative impact of coal combustion, oil combustion, gas combustion, car traffic, industrial activities in these countries. And the regulator is very worried about this, and the climate effect comes as a by-effect of these focused regional policies. And you can see some of these numbers, PM 2.5 concentrations in some cities, like Beijing, Delhi, Cairo, Shenzhen, and so forth. So these are substantial problems. So the question here that arises is, well, these co-benefits on a local level from climate policy, they are in fact private goods. For China as a whole, this is a private good that is mainly internalized fully when designing policies. It's not a global public good, but it's a private good. And that means we are talking about the economics of impure public good provision. That means provision of a public good, which is climate protection. Okay, you pay, everybody benefits, with a private component that is delivering regional benefits and has different degrees of publicness. If you want to define it this way, at least you have some part of this that can be internalized, and that explains the motivation of countries to implement these type of policies. So for China, it makes totally sense, of course, to address this, because that's a private problem. Okay, if they are spending money on this topic, they are going to improve their environment and improve their welfare. And the same is true, as I will try to convince you, if you, for example, ask individuals from specific regions where they as well have private provision linked to climate mitigation, if we can control where the climate action happens. And that's the intellectual idea, I guess, of this paper, because when I'm in China for 10 or more years now, and I followed a bit the implementation of the regional emissions trading markets in China. And I thought, well, that's interesting, because here in Germany we have all this discussion about the EU emissions trading market, where you say, okay, in the EU emissions trading market, that's of course totally unsatisfactory, because emission mitigation is probably not happening in Germany, but it's happening in Portugal, or in Italy, or in Spain. And people think, oh, well, why should we do that? No, we want our emission reduction here at home, okay? And only then it's good emission reduction. So usually you cannot you cannot really assess these features, because, as I said, the emission reduction in the emissions trading system is going to happen when it's where it's cheapest. And that makes totally sense, because a ton of CO2 is a ton of CO2, independent of the technology, the sector, the region that is actually going to be emitted. But here with the Chinese emissions trading system that I'm going to show you, we have a possibility to control where the mitigation happens, because it has to happen within the borders of these different regional emission trading markets. And what we are doing here is we are using this feature of regional markets and offer people possibilities to mitigate CO2 in 2 of these regional markets. Okay? Not rocket science, but interesting probably. So they can mitigate at home, or they can mitigate in another region, in China, far away. We know that a reduction is going to happen there. And we can probably, or at least we could convince some of the referees that this is not going to have large direct effects on individuals, because these regions are very far away. Actually, they are farthest away in China, so we think that there might be some small interactions, but most of this is simply not going to happen, because these regions where mitigation happens and where these people are sitting are too far away from each other to indeed provide some benefits for people donating to climate change. As I said, we try to look at this, and what we do is we want to put people in real decision situation and then measure this demand for climate mitigation on the local scale and then on the global scale. And we try to use this framework that I've described to you to disentangle the two motivations, and the result is that about 80% of the donations can be attributed, or 80% of the payments could be attributed to local characteristics of climate mitigation, and only 20% could be attributed to the global dimension of climate change. Okay, so that's the main thing that I would bring over. This is not a co-benefit; it's the main benefit in the perspective of most of the people that we dealt with. Okay, good. So. And as I said, we're doing this on the individual level, and we're using the setup that I've just described. So this is a frame field experiment. We did this in Beijing. We offered people to contribute to voluntary climate change mitigation, and this is done. We have done this in a series of papers on the EU emissions trading system. So this is all the same idea. We developed some, I don't know, 15 years ago. So if you want to have real reduction in emissions, one of the things that really provides you with that is you buy a certificate from the EU emissions trading system and you destroy it. Okay, that means you have effectively reduced the cap of the system by 1 ton of CO2, which means emissions have to be reduced. And this idea, as I said, we thought about 15 years ago. We used in a number of papers. And some of the outcomes of these papers is what I've just described before, the willingness to pay of individuals for reducing or for mitigating climate change is low. Actually, the median in Germany was 0 when we did that. So there are some people that are willing to give a large amount of money, to address or to reduce emissions via this mechanism, but many of them, they are simply not willing to engage. Okay, and here we use the similar idea. So they can now withdraw permits from these from these regional systems. And the regional systems that we looked at is here Beijing and Shenzhen. So these are two regional systems, and these two systems are 2,000 plus kilometers away from each other. Okay, so we offered them permits from these systems that are at some aspects very different because the regions are very different, Shenzhen and Beijing, but they are relatively well-functioning emissions trading markets at the time that we were looking at. Importantly, there is no link between these emission trading systems, so these are separate systems that have been implemented. So this is what we did, and we did that in Beijing with a sample of more than 300 participants. We sent out 8,000 invitation letters to randomly selected neighborhood committees within Beijing's fifth ring. So randomizing in China is not trivial, so this is the idea we came up with, and we run different sessions and try to bring in people. We had a relatively high show-up fee for individuals, and then they were given some written instructions. They were informed about what emissions trading is about, and how this is actually working, and then we did these selling with some comprehension test whether they have really understood it, and some questionnaire before and after the decision. And here you see how we set up the treatments. Most importantly, I said these are people from Beijing, and they are now given the opportunities to buy certificates in Beijing or other people, because this is in between subject design, other people given the possibility to buy in Shenzhen. Okay? And we use here two price vectors because this was done for the first time, so we were not really sure what they will answer. And actually, as well, our pre-tests were not really helpful. So we run two price vectors now. I show you in a second. So people were confronted with two possible price sets they could choose of. Okay, so this is the setup. So what they are doing is they are seeing this these 6 prices. I said this is the high price vector. That is now running from 5 to 300 yuan. And they can now indicate for each price whether they would be willing to buy or not to buy for this price. These certificate, and later on one of these prices is randomly selected and we realize the transactions. And you will see that indeed there is some variety in these answers, and we as well, as I said, implemented this afterwards. So these people, they had to pay really for these certificates. And of course there is no obligation to buy, okay? But if you buy, then you really have to pay for it. Okay, that's the idea. So then in the paper we have as well we try to frame the decision situation, and probably I'm going to skip that because, as I said, this was developed by Wolfgang Buchholz, and I've seen that he's talking an hour about that framework. But the idea is that you indeed take into account the private co-benefits together with the public good utility that is provided by an investment or a consumption decision by individual agents, and you try to measure the changes in the income changes individuals are willing to give up for an additional unit, a marginal unit of the public good produced in the same location. So this would be, in our case, GI. This is the environmental good in I, and as I said, we are talking about Beijing individuals, so they are sitting in I, and we are interested in what are they willing to give up in terms of income for one more unit or for better environment in their own location, I. Taking into account then as for the private co-benefits, and that is shown here, because if you are measuring the willingness to pay of these individuals, then you can restructure it a bit, and then you see there is as well one component that is capturing the utility that you derive from improvements in the environment in location J. So this is this one here. J, okay? And here we have a factor which is here a localization factor that is describing how improvements in J actually affect your utility in I. And the main idea is here that if you are sitting in Beijing, 2,000 kilometers away from Shenzhen, these localization factor, Dij, is practically zero. So that means any improvements in the other region, Gij, has very small, negligible positive impacts on your own utility. We'll do that later. Or if it's clarification.
It's fine, class.
Okay, good. So this is here how this is conceptualized. And as I said, this is really just a conceptualization, so we are not using with it, but it describes how we can derive a virtual price on this environmental good from eliciting behavior of individuals, and the marginal benefit of these additional unit relate this with foregone consumption. And this is in practical what we are doing because these people are paying now for improvements of the environment in I and in J. Okay, so what are the hypotheses? Well, so here we are looking at the proportion of subjects who buy in these different treatments. So treatment Shenzhen mean that people they are confronted with this price list, with reducing emissions in Shenzhen. These are Beijing people. They can reduce in Shenzhen. Idea is whatever they are doing, this is solely motivated by climate change concerns. Because these things are so far away from each other that these interactions are very, very small. Of course, there can be some interactions. We know that there are some warm glow effects, for example. In this case, unlikely because Shenzhen is wealthier than Beijing. So you would probably not worry about the social situation in Shenzhen and donate money to these people. But of course it can happen if you have some relatives there, I don't know. So that might be the case, but that should be relatively small because the main effects in the literature, which are surrounding air pollution benefits, they are ruled out. Because we as well add some, we have made some reference to air pollution monitoring, and this it's relatively clear that these air pollutants are not traveling to Beijing. Okay, so this is more or less ruled out. There might be other channels, but we think they are relatively small. So. Motivation by climate change concerns for Shenzhen. We know that, as I said, there are these other motivations, warm glow norms, and so forth. So this will not be zero. So we think that they are still willing to give something for saving the global climate. but this will be relatively small, okay? So we as well hope that demand is decreasing with prices, so law of demand is holding, and as said, we think that if we compare these two treatments, we have a possibility to factor out the local private good characteristics by comparing what they are contributing in Shenzhen, what they are contributing in the Beijing treatment, okay? Because in the Beijing treatment, we are getting both components. Now in the Shenzhen treatment, now we get only the public good characteristics of CO2 reduction in Shenzhen. So by comparing these two propensities, now we will get an idea of the demand that's driven by these co-benefits. Okay, so let's jump over descriptive statistics, which you can read in the paper, but have a look at the types of behavior to give you already a first indication. Here you see Shenzhen, Beijing treatments, and in green this is cooperators, which we call everybody that's willing to give anything. Okay, not zero, and non-cooperators, these are the zeros, not giving anything under the Shenzhen and the Beijing treatment. Okay. And now you already can see that these things are indeed different. So there's a significant difference between this. People are significantly giving more, cooperating more in Beijing than in Shenzhen treatments. Okay. So this is already good, no? Because that's helping us explaining or getting some indication on our hypothesis 1 and 2. So it seems that this is indeed better in terms of cooperation behavior. We as well looked at the willingness to pay. You can calculate willingness to pay out of these price lists that I've shown you. Here you can as well see this difference. I told you in our earlier papers for Germany, the median contribution was 0. Here, median contribution in the Shenzhen treatment is also 0. In Beijing, it's 5 yuan. So it's still very low, 5 yuan, but it's not 0. Okay, so very low, but positive willingness to pay for climate protection. Here you see that then as a graph for the different prices we were asking, and you see how people then responded to these different prices under the two treatments. And what you can see is that the difference between these two treatments is especially large for small prices. So if you are asking them for very small contributions, then you can see the difference, and that of course coincides with these with the low willingness to pay in general, for these environmental topics, and later on it as well generates a nice co-result of this paper, which is in developing countries, the elasticity of contribution is very high. So contributions are very price sensitive. If you increase prices for climate protection, you're fading out contributions relatively quickly. And that is in contrast to another paper Timo Göschel and colleagues have written in Journal of Environmental Economics and Management, where they come to the conclusion that this price sensitivity is relatively low. And we argue it might be low in an industrialized country, but we have some indication that it's actually not, it's not the case in developing countries, where these changes in prices then have big effects. And that makes, of course, total sense, looking at different income levels and so forth in these different regions. Okay, then probably a very quick point on expectations. We as well asked them about expectations about others' behavior. So do you think others are actually contributing? Okay, interesting result here is that individuals have actually correct expectations, so they anticipate these very low but positive willingness to contribute. Okay, so that's interesting because in other papers we as well were looking at how these perception of other contributions are affecting individual donations or contributions. And here we have a side paper which was published last year in the China Economic Review, where we actually looked at this more systematically. And actually we were matching people with different contribution levels. Or we introduced conditional contributions. And if people know that within their group, the others are contributing more, then we could show that individuals are as well contributing more. Okay, so this is not surprising if you have conditional cooperators, no? But we set up an experiment where we actually can control for contributions of others. In the same exercise that I'm showing you, and we showed that this is indeed working, increasing the contributions of individuals. Okay, so then probably we as well did a multivariate analysis, trying to find a bit better the different drivers of this behavior, and here you can find, that's the first number in this model 4, this extended model with all these socioeconomic characteristics and some results from our surveys. You can see here Beijing PEOL 5, that means price equal or lower than 5, so the low prices in our thing. You can see here 4.25. So these are logit regressions. So these coefficients are presented as odd ratios, which means the odd of purchasing is 4.25 higher, given the Beijing treatment, and prices low, equal or lower than 5 compared to Shenzhen. Okay. Then there are other things that are interesting. So. For example, subjects who trust in the ETS have an almost 2 times higher odds in making a transaction, for example, than subjects who do not trust in the ETS. Of course, that also plays a role. The instrument choice is important here. And then last thing that I wanted to show you is what I just already talked about, is these average marginal effect and the average elasticity of the probability of contributing. So how is the probability of contributing changing with price levels? And that's what I already talked about. So here we see that a 1% increase in price on average leads to a decrease of purchase probability by 2.24%. So we have really high elasticities. And as said, Dieterich and Göschel report an elasticity for Germany of minus 0.3 in their German sample across the entire price range. Here they have a very inelastic price reaction, which is of course in a way good news for climate policy, because even if these prices are increasing, people are still contributing. Our results are bad news for climate policy, because here it shows that people are really sensitive on prices of climate mitigation. And it might happen that they are fading out quickly. Okay, so this is, I think, these are the conclusions that I already draw. So we show that there is positive demand for climate change mitigation for small prices, and there is additional positive demand from local, whatever this is, because we cannot really determine, from local components of these mitigation activities. As said, we calculate this number 80-20, so 80% of the reduction come from these local components, 20% from the global component, which I said is not zero, but small. The interesting thing is that here, of course, this explains partly why a country like China is engaging in climate change mitigation because of these co-benefit. And now under this assumption that they are able to internalize all these things. We have done recently more research that is taking up similar idea, but looking on individual voluntary climate change mitigation and co-benefits. And there we try to follow a bit what Dirk described at the very beginning, that of course in many of these projects you have the climate change mitigation project, you have decidedly different benefits linked to them. So here I show you an example which is taken from the carbon offsetting fund of the UNFCCC, with whom we are working on some of these projects. Some of these things are as well done together with Miserior, which is the Catholic Church Solidarity Fund in Germany. And here you have projects that have very different characteristics. If you talk about a cook stove project, for example, versus a biomass-based renewable energy plant. So they have very different co-benefits. They have different social benefits, they have different economic benefits, and different governance aspects related to it. And of course here, similar to what I just said with the ETS frame, also for these different offsetting projects, you can think about how relevant are actually these co-benefits for the donation decision of individuals. And that's important because just today I read an article about the implementation of Article 6 in the Paris Agreement, where the authors claim that one outcome of Glasgow will be that at the COP, a global voluntary emission reduction market will be created. And here we are looking at voluntary emission reduction market with now private or institutional suppliers of these projects. And what we are doing here is we are tracking these different benefits in the compensation projects, and these are actually two papers we are currently writing, and I only wanted to mention them briefly because I think that relates very well to what you are doing. The first one is we had one experiment that tries to elaborate how co-benefits influence donation. What do subjects actually know about the co-benefits, and how does information about co-benefits then change donation behavior? So they are, as I said, we work with these providers, Miserior and UNFCCC. We present them these different options, and we give them different information sets about the benefits of the project and how are these donations changing given our information provided. And the second experiment, that is also an online experiment. What else could we do? In Germany, representative early this year, where we try to look at co-benefits and matching. So I had some previous papers on matching with colleagues where we looked at the impact of matching on climate donations. We had one paper in the Journal of Public Economics where we looked at bus travelers, and how matching their own compensation is actually increasing compensation levels of individuals during bus trips, and as well sustaining these compensation behavior for future trips. And now here, what we are doing is we are looking at combining this matching literature with the literature on co-benefits. And we are using an interesting paper by Adena and Hook that look at the nature of to look at the nature of co-benefits. They are doing it they look at donations and different characteristics of donations. We do it here for co-benefits, okay? We look at how substitutable are these co-benefits generated with climate protection. And the idea is that probably it matters what type of co-benefit you are generating for climate mitigation effort. Okay, and here we are just implementing different treatments where you have a simple donation choice, also no matching in one treatment. Then we have a matching approach where we are matching your own contributions and give another 50 cents for CO2 reductions. We have one that gives, that is a climate co-benefit. So we do something on climate, not matching identically the initial contribution, but we do something similar. And we do different co-benefits, more on environmental issues, more on social issues, and more on economic issues, which means we are using additional money to complement your own contribution and direct this additional money to projects that are primarily focusing on climate protection, environmental protection, social projects, or economic projects like employment projects. And we identify from this database with our partners projects that fit very well these descriptions. Okay, and now we observe what happens, and the idea again is that we, with matching and with co-benefits, we can increase contributions. But the idea here is, with these co-benefits, we might be able to induce more climate protection than with conventional matching approaches. And the idea is that probably substitutability of projects might be a bad idea. That is exactly what Adena and Hook find in their paper. So if you are thinking about co-benefits, then it might be good to find co-benefits in areas that are not so close to climate protection. Okay, if you want to increase climate mitigation. And this is what's the idea behind the paper. Indeed, what we find, that's all preliminary, is that matching to other charitable causes, so our co-benefits I described, increase donations more than matching to the same project. These co-benefits are especially valuable if they are following subjects' preferences. So what we do with our subjects, we try to elicit preference rankings. So are they full into social issues? Are they into environment? Are they into economic development? And now it's really a matter to present them with the right co-benefit, which is, well, probably not surprising, close to their own subjects' preferences. And if you do that, you have the highest increase in climate mitigation efforts, so your direct measure increases substantially if you find the right handle. Okay, so this is what I said the last 3 minutes or so, and I think you get the slide, so don't worry. And there should be as well papers being published, hopefully soon, on these 2 additional experiments that also try to enhance this frame. Now I talked a lot, sorry for that, but probably I stop here with Clean Sky in Beijing. That's the starting of this presentation. And since we are here in Freiberg, and since 2 weeks I'm professor in Bochum, so in the Ruhr Valley, in the German Ruhr Valley, I also, of course, have to stop with the traditional miners greeting. Glück auf. Good. And no questions, I guess. Dirk, du musst, glaube ich, oder?
Yeah, thank you, Professor, also for the interesting background, interesting case study. So, I am about the WTP willingness to pay calculations, or so I have not so much knowledge about statistical models. I have questions about how each the paper also captures how much the expense from each household to pay. So let me give a context. For example, willingness to pay for rural applications. For example, they are willing to pay 3 or 4 times per kilowatt hour other than the cities per kilowatt hour. But then it's only few kilowatt hours, so equals for 10 or 20% of the household expense.
Yeah. Yeah. No, this is marginal. So we are asking them marginal numbers. 1 ton of CO2, or actually 100 kilogram of CO2, because otherwise it's getting too large. And in this respect, of course, it's not taking into account larger mitigation activities and the willingness to pay for that. But I would say that's probably not so problematic, because I mean even the marginal effects are very, very low. So I would. I think it's relatively clear now that if you are scaling that up, this is going to be not really sensitive. I mean, people are not going to do anything. And concerning the scale of the payment, that's your other question. Here, I mean, in this setup, I told you that we are actually giving them a relatively large amount of money as a show-up fee. No, I showed you this is large. And then, of course, I mean, you have to think about house money effects and all these type of things. But if this would happen, the only thing that would happen is it would shift willingness to pay upwards, not downwards. So, I mean, this is probably something like an upper bound anyways, on these type of things, because it's marginal. And as I said, we are giving these people a lot of money. I mean, we as well ask them to work for it, so we think that we are keeping track as good as we can on any house money, experimental demand effect, and so forth. But this might be still present, but in any case, that is going to reduce the willingness to pay of these individuals.
Thank you very much. As I understood, people in Beijing shows more tendency to pay for carbon neutral, to achieve carbon neutral society, because they have more willingness to pay. And if that's the case, can we conclude that because people with lower income, which are lower income group in comparison to the Shenzhen, are more vulnerable in terms of climate issues? So they shows more tendency to change their behavior and are ready to pay more for climate actions. And if that's the case, can we conclude that we need to pay, to have more targeted tax based on their income groups in different area? Thank you.
Okay. So, well, first thing, I mean, here we talk about climate mitigation as a public or impure public good. Of course, if you talk about impacts and vulnerability of individuals, then you talk about impacts of climate change and adaptation behavior to reduce vulnerability. And that is, I think, a totally different frame, no? And economically, there are some arguments why you would expect, of course, much more adaptation happening on the local scale, depending on the vulnerability of the individuals. But I think you are right. I mean, one of the things that is problematic is that this willingness to pay is really small, no? And that's, of course, shedding some light as well on climate policy that's happening in many countries, no? Because if you believe in something like median voter theory or anything like that, no, then you would think that policies are implementing something that is close to these median numbers that I've showed you, no? Which means that politicians, no, are probably not eager to really implement stringent climate policy that come with large costs, no? Because they would expect that people are not actually willing to pay for that. Then, of course, you can say, well, this is an individual setup. And of course, it would totally change if we all would have to contribute. Okay, and you're ruling out free riding behavior and so forth. And I think that's a valid argument. Actually, we got this argument 10 years ago from the first referee when we submitted the first paper we did on that. And our argument was, well, listen, I mean, now even if we would scale up that to Germany, then Germany has 1.8% of the emissions. If we scale it up to Europe, it's 8% of emissions. So we cannot rule out this because we cannot globally implement. I mean, that's the whole point of it. And so therefore, this fully individualization gives a good idea of the possible sizes that you can expect. Because even if you do it in Germany, then you would still have the same problem that you are not going to really have big effects if others are not contributing. Then, of course, since we are listening to our referees, we set up another experiment where we actually implemented a median voter choice. So that is that was interesting for us. So we had these 40 people coming to the laboratory, and then what we did is we told them, listen, you have to do exactly the same thing, but what we are implementing is going to be the median. So median of the contributions of all in your group. And that's a mechanism that allows you to preclude free riding. Because, I mean, you have an incentive to have a positive median, because if you are the marginal guy and this higher median is implementing, then everybody has to pay for it. Okay? And interestingly, the contributions increased, which is really amazing because, I mean, 40 guys sitting in a room in Mannheim, of course, also make no difference. But it seems that this motive I just described, we do something together and not individually, can be very powerful. And I mean, we have other papers where we show that, front runners and people that are actually starting with these type of things have really big impacts on group outcomes. And so therefore, I would not be that pessimistic, but as I said, you have to overcome some of these limitations.
So I have two questions, the first of which is on the differential between Beijing and Shenzhen. So in the experiment, and I guess this is more of a broader cultural question, how credibly would people believe in these carbon offsets happening in other places? I've actually put this experiment to my friends and family and asked them sort of how they feel about sort of investing in something that will offset carbon somewhere else. And most of them look at me like they don't believe that the carbon offset will happen. They think so is it possible that the people in I think your experiment is in Beijing, were like, so I believe that they're doing it here, but in Shenzhen, they're just going to sort of go to the casino? And my follow-up, somewhat related question to this is, do you think that there might be a higher willingness to pay in the sense that people wouldn't punish someone who did climate policy because they would then notice all of these benefits and realize they liked them, but when it comes to ex ante deciding sort of, are we willing to take this risk and, bet on these people who are promising that if we sort of invest them, even if they're the state, that if we sort of do this thing, then all of our air pollution will go away. Like there's a credibility question, and I'm just wondering what that looks like in the context of your experiment.
Yeah. I think two good questions. The first one on the credibility. I mean, that's always difficult, of course, but that's why we run these surveys. No, of course, I mean, my colleague Bodo Storm, with whom I'm implementing this, he doesn't like surveys, no, because that's kind of an ex post rationalizing of whatever is happening, of course. In the end, the truth is in the markets, no. But nevertheless, I mean, we ask them, of course, what do they think, no, about the effectiveness of what's happening, no. So, they really think that an ETS is really reducing emissions, no, not only in Beijing but as well in Shenzhen and so forth. So, about the integrity of these approaches, and that's what I showed you. So, there is a markable difference, no, on your trust in the institutions, on the willingness to pay. No? So people that really think about the ETS as a credible instrument, they have much higher willingness to pay. And I have to say that a lot of people don't believe, no, in the ETS being a credible instrument, because they would rather like to see these more tangible emission reduction happening, not via the market mechanism, which is anonymously doing something nobody knows, but in a more visible, direct way. So I think that's true, and we have not explored this here, of course. And then your second question was on.
I was interested in knowing if we think that there would be higher willingness to pay ex post.
That's an interesting question. And actually, Lara, I would point to you then a bit, no, because I think there is an interesting trade-off here as well, which you are elaborating a bit on, which is. Are you really willing to pay to improve situation of these others, or should they not do it? No, because it's their co-benefit, no, that we are talking about. It's their air quality. So why should I do these air quality reductions there? No, and we have this paper on afforestation, and there we look a bit on proximity also of individuals to these activities, and it's not clear how these two motivations. On the one hand, being close is good because you can benefit from these co-benefits. No, on the other hand, being far away, no, you cannot really do something. But you as well might think, no, that in the end, of course, I mean, they have these co-benefits. No, why shouldn't they actually do it? And we have not probably, I think, evaluated that, but of course it's an interesting question. I've as well another question here that we elaborated, which is also interesting, which is on. Sometimes I talk about donations, and sometimes I talk about compensation, which are also probably two different concepts, and this depends a bit with your own responsibility, probably. So if it's a donation. It looks like you don't have a personal obligation or a responsibility to really do that. You're doing something good. You're donating money. Okay. In these other experiments I showed you, we were as well changing these frames. No, so in some experiments we are doing this donation frame. In others we do compensation frame, which highlights that, of course, I mean, you have contributed to the problem by emitting CO2, and therefore now you are compensating some of your behavior, and that's also a different perspective on the same problem, which takes into account, probably as you have mentioned, a bit more the responsibility or these direct effects, and you can show that this has large consequences. So compensation framing is leading to much higher payments than donation framings. So you have to remind people about what they're doing and relate it to that.
We have time for one more question. I see two, but I think you've been first, so I will get to you.
Thank you, Dr. Löschel, also for your nice presentation. It's very interesting. I have two questions which are somehow related. The first one is, don't get me wrong, but your experiment, is it like somehow artificial, or it is in real life possible to buy these certificates in China? And what is the data about how many people do it usually, like individuals? I'm not talking about companies or so. And the second question is, how could you or could we increase this kind of involvement of people, that they are, on the one hand, maybe more involved in doing it at all, and on the second hand, maybe even willing to pay more? Maybe to the last question, one comment. I recently read a paper by Chinese authors who suggested maybe to include it in the social point system. I'm not agreeing with it, but just as a idea, maybe to include environmental aspect in the social point system. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the question. So the first one is probably again a bit to the integrity of these markets. No, I mean, how are these markets working? I have as well done some work looking at these regional markets, and I think these two markets work relatively okay-ish. Okay, but there are many other markets that at some points in time have been really political markets. No? So, I mean, you can see that, for example, if you look at the prices on these markets, prices there are really flat, meaning that, I don't know, I mean, potentially, some governmental official told companies know what to expect in terms of their behavior on these markets. And then these markets stay at the same price, 7 yuan for 2 years, and then they jump because probably they have come up with another suggestion. But these two markets worked relatively okay, in terms of really being implemented by demand and supply behavior, and as well there are of course all these deficiencies with emissions trading systems that we have in the beginning, where some of these certificates have just different values over time, that in the beginning of or in the growing of these markets, that was not the case here. But of course, this is a new instrument. Okay, so you would expect that people are relatively critical anyways, against this instrument. And it might be that if you want to scale this up, you might get different results if this is more established, or if you use other instruments. If you're interested, because you said, what can we do? We have another paper currently that's as well, that says EFO working paper, if you look for it, which is on scaling up mitigation efforts. And there we are using a mobile app. So we use mobile phones and apps and try to motivate people to reduce energy consumption. And because you ask about how to scale this up, of course, that could be something, So here, what we do is we give energy-saving tips, and we do all the interactions with their local electricity utility via an app, and we allow them to set emission or energy reduction goals. And there we argue that scaling up is important, but scaling up from these type of more local experiences might be much more difficult than we expect. Here we invited people in the lab without telling them what it's about, and so we think that we have a relatively representative survey of Fifth Ring in Beijing. But if you scale this up by an app, for example, then of course you have self-selection of individuals. And in our case, in this paper, if you're interested, you can see that we have massive self-selection. So what you end up is with people that are really eager about climate mitigation. They are going to do all these type of things. The others, they don't care. So targeting is really becoming a huge problem in these type of approaches, because you want, of course, to confront people with these type of approaches that are not the usual suspects in order to increase it. And targeting costs money, and it's not coming alone, which means that the efficiency of many of these instruments, if you scale it up, might be very poor. No? As I said, we show this for mobile. For mobile app, we are currently working with Fraunhofer as well on possibilities for personalized emissions trading. You can think of doing whatever I told you in a personalized emissions trading system, where people have an account with CO2 emissions, and if they go to the filling station, it's not the oil delivery that has to give the certificates, but it's the individual that's filling up the car. So there are different possibilities to bring this closer to individuals, and I think that can have really large impacts, bringing it closer to individuals and incentivizing them better. But as I said, this might be very difficult and costly. And that's the reason why we started with emissions trading, integrating only a small number of companies. On the other hand, we have now all these possibilities in the digitalization, and I think we should be probably a little bit more innovative in bringing this type of behavior into individuals' decision on a daily basis, including, of course, a CO2 rucksack of products in daily life situations. And that's all possible in principle, but not done at the moment. Good, so this is, I guess, now coffee break. So thanks a lot for your questions.
Okay, just 1 second. We have to take care of some organizational stuff just to check what kind of meal you would like for lunch. Please do so, because we have to inform our restaurant. We will have coffee break now for about half an hour. After that, we will have another talk. Originally, it was planned that Mrs. Roy, Professor Roy, will have a presentation. Unfortunately, she was not able to come because she's now stuck in San Diego. So she will have a presentation later in the afternoon. So we have to switch around a little bit. Professor Ringel will take over this slot. And after lunch, then, we will have the presentation of the workshop, so that in the evening of the last time slot, we can then have the presentation of Professor Roy. So for the lunch today, we will go to Ratskeller, as we will do every day for the rest of the week. Please make sure that, just as today in the morning you did, go to the registration table and tell our employees what you would like to have for lunch, the vegetarian option or the meat option, so we can forward this information in a timely manner to the restaurant. Thank you very much, and enjoy the...
using 10 days before. Okay? So now these papers, they actually show that that's a booster event, but then afterwards, these companies produce like hell, and in fact, that's much worse than if you are continuing with a special threshold resolution. So you're generating actually more brown days afterwards, that you prevented the course. And then of course it becomes interesting,
first best strategy in a way, by, for example, looking into where they are living, and so forth. And that's what people are doing if they look at relation studies, house prices, like that. So these are all proxies in a way. Well, this is review preferences. Of course, amenity or housing prices and so are also review preferences. And so we usually do incentivize them. But of course, if you are looking in more difficult settings, then it might make sense to also look at state preferences. So where are you from? I was
because I feel that's really like a trading of these markets. That's really big. To be traded and highly traded. I was looking at
I mean, I 10 years ago, or 15 years ago, we started this work with KFW, and we did this survey CDE at the time on installation and test. And then, I mean, we ran that for 4 or 5 years. This was a full survey, all installations on UPS in Germany. So that's 24 years starting research on this. And we stopped it at 2012 or so because KfW was really interested. But actually, a lot of the things that I read your paper as well. A lot of the things that are in your paper we got consent, of course. And I think are very well to this what we actually wrote 10 years ago, because that was more our story at that time was more about trading versus compliance behavior. And so there are many of course companies that do compliance. They don't care about the prices on markets because they are in the sector. So for them this is very far away from their core business. So there is somebody with a law degree that's responsible for their environmental management, and so they will never trade on the market. Actually, it should might even for technical company
yes,
but even the companies, I mean, really depends how close you are with this instrument. So if you're an electricity company, I mean, you're trading all your assets all the time, in commodities. So of course you trade this, but if you are you're manufacturing for nice glassware or whatever, and you go to your advisory board and say, oh, we have now bought 100 tons of CO2 certificates on the EPS or whatever, and it's not.
but I think from this because there's no transparency, like no one would check what the companies or what kind of they actually buy and use. And that's something that I look at, like, is there a difference, or can I see a difference that some sectors that are paid for as shopping
Probably it's different in the future. Then of course it depends on how we are using things. And then probably
yes, maybe it's a difference that people are trading with them, but then compensation for these ending within the different.
Yeah, I mean, I think what we should do probably is we should probably look at some of these papers that look at these normative definitions of markets. And look at our circumstances. On markets. It's a nice normative framing, of why or why not you might be engaging in this type of market-based activity. And I think the growth in mind would actually resemble a bit, what they elaborate in the field, because they are, of course, it is a bit like what I said, about this kind of central framing, relations and so forth. Missions in industry and so forth. So simple buying certificates is getting more and more scrutinized. And so it might not be a viable strategy anymore if you look at it in the future. Yeah, this is relatively simple in ETS, but when I think about this global voluntary partner, this will be a proper nightmare. Of course, everybody's going to claim that these are these reductions, and how can you separate them? That's the wrong track. Yeah, markets with taxation is the key point, markets.
At the same time, I'm also thinking we need to go to net zero, and now he has to be about 100% market that we just trade emissions instead of actually, oftentimes it's more like, instead of markets, it's also
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the ETS, now reduction factors are 4% or so. So these things are now coming here. So the market-based solutions are kicking in now substantially. We've seen that. My feeling is, everybody should excuse, when it starts criticizing ETS, for 10 years, because what it has in the past, this is so amazing, much more than we've achieved with all these other instruments, that we're doing for the last 50 years. Once it's up, and it's running. If it's now reducing the cap with 4% a year, that will be dramatic. So we're going to implement net zero in the foreseeable future. And that is really our protection.
It'd be interesting to see how we include a negative emission or negative emissions.
Yeah, that would be very interesting. Then I think that's also then a little bit kept discussion that we have identification, because there I think we have to have, we also have to have some boundaries, you know, what can bring in and what not. Because the danger of course of bringing in stuff is really big. I mean, I know the second paper I wrote was on the Marrakesh Accord to
We will be ready to start with the next session. And as I already said, we have to shift around a little bit because one of our lecturers was not able to join for the original slot. So now it would be my pleasure to introduce Mark Ringel to be the next presenter. And he will talk about climate policy and co-effects in Europe. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much for the introduction. I just see it feels good to be back on stage again. So that's a nice effect of meeting. So, co-effects in Europe. After having China, we move westward. And I'm going to speak a little bit. I didn't call it co-benefits, no, co-effects. I will speak a little bit about European climate policies. And actually, the paper which I'm going to present is an assessment of reactions towards the announcement of European climate policies, or most stringent European climate policies, as I should call it, and that's the European Green Deal. I think Dirk at the beginning did already some spoilers on what it is about, but here's quickly for the details, because basically and clearly, European policies, certainly climate policies, have been, from the very start, been designed to work on the co-effects. So co-benefits of climate policies is a sort of baseline of what you would hear from the European Commission when presenting and when putting forward climate policies. The European Green Deal, you've heard the word, full decarbonization of the European economies by 2050, was announced December 11, 2019. The date will be important because we tested market reactions to that. And basically the idea is transforming the full European economies into carbon neutral economies. And that, of course, doesn't come without pain. We always think of climate policies as a necessity, but of course, in terms of industry and structure, transformation means, not only transformational gains, but potentially also transformational pains. Well, that's acknowledged by the EU, which is promising structural support, and the principal arguments which you will find for this European Green Deal is, well, number one, you can't go without it. Transformational needs, I suppose all of you, as we're among experts, have been looking into the leaked policy document of the policy report of the latest IPCC report, the sixth assessment report showing that climate change is definitely man-made. So we need to act, and we need to act now. So that's a clear point for acting. But from a European, certainly European Commission perspective, that's not the only argument. The second argument would be an argument of getting, by acting, competitive economic advantages. So going for those famous first mover advantages has been analyzed since, well, mid of the 80s. So, you're first to market with a new product, you're first to market with a new standard, and that will define that actually your products, your policies will be the sort of baseline for quite a long time around. Think of Microsoft. I mean, that's telling you the story. We're still with Windows, fortunately. That's the idea of the transformation of the Green Deal. Here is what actually complete decarbonization means. That's the carbon emission of the European sectors. Power sector, yellow, industry, greyish blue, and transport sector, being the three largest sectors, all these emissions going down to zero, net meaning that you have a sort of physical minimum which you cannot reduce. So that would be addressed by adding carbon removal technologies and land use change, so reforestation, for example. So that is actually on menu what this European Green Deal means. Climate side. Economic side, that's the two little maps of Europe to your right-hand side. That's actually in a NUTS classification, the individual regions. The whiter card, that's the impact on coal regions. We have a huge debate on phasing out of coal and some of us are from cold regions. I mean, so we talk about structural change. What would it mean? You know, what's the impact? European level, European perspective. Take a look at German coal regions, not even existing in terms of jobs, etc. So, you know, that's, I mean, even nationally, the big debate, European level, well, you'll manage Germany. Automotive industry, energy-intensive industry, different story. Almost the whole of Europe affected by structural change if the European Green Deal is going through. So that's actually, you know, just a little slide to bring home just the realm of structural change, which is about. Now, how do you actually get industry and us, basically, because it will fall down on us, to buy that policies? And that's where co-benefits come in. And co-benefits is, I mean, as we've heard from Dirk, the associated benefits that come with climate policies. And you can actually decline co-benefits in many ways. So just, I mean, slightly changing an image which I've stolen from the International Energy Agency. Usually it should be energy efficiency in the middle of the circle. I've relabeled it climate change. But if you do climate policies, I mean, you can work on public budgets, you can improve public budgets, save money, save energy, and so on. So you have a full set of co-benefits, which is around. I mean, no news again to you. But in terms of European policies, that's almost by now the sort of, is proposing a new regulation, a new directive. They will have to assess the impacts, and that assessment will come with an assessment more and more of these co-aspects. So if you want to dig into European policies, that's where to find it. On top, the European Commission has signed out several research projects still under the old Horizon 2020 research funding. One, for example, the Combi project, which looked into these co-benefits, trying to actually monetize it, to bring it home for policymakers, to have a good argumentation line. Yes, we will need to do transformation, but here's the benefits. That's how they look. That's from an earlier paper out of 2019, the sort of menu which you would have for, well, my sort of bread and butter subject, energy efficiency, but that's just as a show and tell, a classic for depicting the co-benefits. So you would, as Dirk has already shown with a sustainability triangle, you would differentiate between, well, economic, social, environmental, and of course, you know, speaking or putting your argumentation for energy, you would go for the resource itself by saying, well, you know, we will improve our energy security. That'll back us up against delivery shortages. We will have net economic gains, jobs and growth. That's the usual argument, and on and on and on. Sparing you the details, you can read the numbers, but quantifying it is by now sort of key thing which the European Commission is doing in order to propose policies. Here's the argumentation line for the Green Deal, pretty much following the same stance and the same idea of saying, well, you know, if we do the transformation, we've run our model, we've done primes, we've done, you know, E3ME, the economic side of the story, and that will bring us growth and jobs. That's one strand of argumentation which you will find. Another one is what we economists would call opportunity costs. What are the costs if we're not acting? European policies speak the cost of non-Europe. If we don't act, what will that actually imply in terms of costs for us? Again, nice numbers, big numbers, showing you a very strong argumentation line for going for policies. So you can see, I mean, the strand and the argumentation is pretty much on a macroeconomic scale. I mean, that's sort of classic macroeconomics, political sciences, banging up the numbers, adding the numbers and saying, and look, I mean, that is why we should be doing it. And that's the starting point. So that's, I mean, you know, if you want to look into it, it's a passionate thing, really. The paper, which I'm going to talk about today, which I developed with colleagues from Technical University of Darmstadt, the finance people actually. So that's the fun thing about co-benefits. I mean, you always get to work interdisciplinary, more or less. So you get loads of ideas from here and there. The idea on which we've been working is, are markets really buying it? Is the industry really buying it? Are they buying the argument that, going for full decarbonization, will be a painful process, will be a painful thing, but at the end, we'll be better off. So how are market reactions towards the announcement of the Green Deal? Number one, in the news. Number two, real reactions on stock markets. How are reactions? That sort of analysis is in a wider framework, a debate debate which we've been having basically since the 1970s, no news here. It's the question on the difference between, ecologic stringency, if I can call it like that, so strong, tight ecologic environmental regulation versus industrial competitiveness. And as I suppose many of you do, I mean, there's no one answer to that. So, classic or rather neoclassic environmental economics would do the argument of saying there's a difference between private costs and social costs. So we have external effects which are not, monetarized, and we need to monetize these effects, internalize it, and get it to the industry, thereby healing market failures, and thereby pushing industries to be innovative, competitive at the same time, but in an environmentally friendly manner. So that'd be rather sort of, if you take that stance, looking at the costs of compliance with environmental standards. That's what I would label the environmental economics classic perspective. In the 90s, though, you had a sort of different stance, and that was proposed by Porter and van der Linde in 1995, who was saying, one or the other, forget about that. The story is different. It's not one against the other, so be either environmental or competitive. It is being competitive by being environmental, because actually non-competition can be seen as a sort of waste of resources. You're wasting your natural resources. Be effective with that, and you'll be more competitive. If you think about resource efficiency, so producing the same thing with less resources, I think that's an example to really bring the topic home. So with that, of course, that argumentation line of Porter is pretty much this argumentation line of green growth and Green Deal. Pretty much so the sort of theoretic backbone, if you want to call it like that, of the European Green Deal. We were interested now, as I've been saying, in market reactions. So looking at the market side, classically, my sort of favorite field is policy analysis. So I love to do governance analysis. So it was a new field to actually look into the finance side and see what the finance side is doing. But we need it, and we need industry to buy it in order to make that a successful transformation. So actually, we analyzed news and market reactions, so abnormal returns of stocks, in order to answer, a set of questions which you see here. First of all, how are financial portals and overall news portals rating the announcement? Is it positive? Is it negative? Are people buying in, standing by, crying out, hurrah, or are they more reticent and not buying the argument and saying, but look, you're forcing costs on us. You can't really expect us, automotive industry, energy industry, you can't expect us to be crying out, love it, when you tell us, we need to totally transform our business model. Forget about that. So that was really the question. And the question was, how would that look across different industries? Taking a look at the automotive industry, taking a look at the sort of classic, old, I would rather call it energy industry, meaning coal, oil, gas, in comparison to what my colleagues in Darmstadt, finance people, so they're more loose, call green tech. Let's label green tech renewable energies, energy efficiency, resource efficiency, these industries. Basic idea and our basic hypothesis was that, you know, if the industry is buying and reacting positively, they will actually buy into this narrative of co-benefits of this Green Deal, jobs and growth, by doing climate change and by being ambitious in climate change. Here's the sort of method we did. Always starts with literature. I mean, yeah, how shouldn't it be? Then going into news analysis with EU expert news portals, financial news, and testing the sentiment which is around towards the announcement, you know, will decarbonize, and then going and using event study methodology. So looking at stock markets, looking at abnormal returns, and seeing how the stock markets react. I mean, the news and in terms of reactions, I mean, can give you anything. You know, I could tell you I'm very happy to be on stage, and I could tell you I'm really not happy to be on stage. You know, both would work. So what's the truth? Well, when you look at the stock markets, you will get the truth because, I mean, that's direct monetary reactions. That's what I'm going to present to you in the next couple of minutes. So first, literature. Not really sure. In terms of analyzing this relation, climate policies, competitive policies, usually you have stock market reactions which are positive towards a positive announcement. So if companies are included in a sustainability index, that will usually get them a market premium. So, you know, shareholders will cry, good, you know, that's a sort of extra for you. If they violate environmental standards or regulations, I mean, they usually will be punished on the stock markets because shareholders will expect that, you know, this engenders compliance costs. So that's the sort of normal reactions. Voluntary action, I was surprised. I mean, the field was new to me, but voluntary action, so a company voluntarily declaring, you know, I'll be more climate friendly, no clear results. So sometimes negative reaction, sometimes positive. In terms of countries, so studying, you know, how does government regulation actually implement it? And that's what we are looking at today. Usually negative reaction. So don't expect the market, these studies tell us, to cry out loud, hurrah, we go for more regulation in terms of climate change. Proven by Ramia Shelley and Moser 2015 for the USA. China positive, so maybe a different story. But here again, I mean, probably co-benefits, as the Chinese story is a story of also local air pollution and some other things, but well, who knows? Germany, negative. And EU, Birindelli and Ciappini, negative. And they argue that, especially with the Paris Agreement, when everybody understood that now, you know, it's not about talking anymore, but about doing, this negative reaction is observable. So active climate policies, you know, no big applause from the market. But let's see how it really goes. We analyzed 2 news events. So usually you have, I mean, that's the sort of classic, you have the announcement, that's the news piece you see here, the official announcement on 11th of December, Ursula von der Leyen going on stage and declaring, you know, we will go, that's our man on the moon moment, I think she said, you know, doing the official declaration of saying, you know, that's our policies. But that's not how Brussels politics works. I mean, usually they're very good at spinning, and there's always somebody, you know, giving away the show, and that is what is called a leaked document, you know, somebody putting off, you know, the plans to press. Usually it's the commission itself, I mean, who wants to sort of do stakeholder management, but well, never mind. So you had, actually on 29th of November in that news portal, Euractiv, you had what is called a leaked document, a sort of list, which you can see here, I've copy-pasted it here, a list of, you know, the sort of draft speech of saying, we will do this and that and that and that. I think an industry association called it a list of horror, because it basically said in a sort of bullet point style. I don't think you can read, but I mean, you will see the bullet points. It's just say, you know, tighten regulation A, sharpen regulation B, introduce regulation C, and, you know, be more stringent with, well, you know the story. So that's the 2 bits of news which we analyze in terms of, you know, how our reaction. That's basically the data set. We watched the news, or rather sort of scrapped the news from the period of 1st of November until the end of the year. Put, the usual search variables, which you would, and we worked with 2 portals, at least for that study. So one was Euractiv, which is sort of EU Pravda. So, that's all the gossip and news about European policies. The other one was Reddit, so online posting, and here financial news. For a different study, which I'm not going to talk in detail today, we also did a scrapping of Twitter, which gave us some 200,000 tweets. Hope Twitter will be gone someday, but it gives you mass data. That's probably the good story, and a readout manually of position papers, because they're less prone to be good for news analysis. But let's stick with Euractiv and Reddit. We did 2 kinds of analysis. One, sentiment analysis, so natural language processing. That's what my colleagues are good in, and I'm happy sort of consumer. So basically, that is a sort of dictionary which you feed in and you compare the keywords. Basically, two kinds of algorithms or dictionaries which you can use. One is this financial dictionary proposed by Lovren and MacDonald, which gives you very much sort of finance data. So you would have the classic, overperformed, underperformed, classic finance language, and then, reading, which way is it? Is it positive or is it negative? That is what would be called polarity. And then what you can measure also is what is called subjectivity. Is it just presentation of a news bit, so fact-based, or is it highly subjective? List of horror. That's sort of the classic for being highly subjective. That number 1. Number 2, salience. That's political science. And that's basically, relative importance actors attribute to specific political matter. Translation for non-political economists, which I suppose I was at the beginning as well. What is the focus you want to put the spotlight on? Are you saying, the European Commission has proposed a Green Deal and therefore we need to do renewables, energy efficiency? What is really the spotlight? That's basically what salience is giving you as a concept. And that's sort of dump count in keywords. How many times is search term energy efficiency in the news bits? Is it highly, on top of the ranking? If you think of news portals, BBC or New York Times, 10 most read articles, which people have been reading in the last hour, that's salience. So just to bring it home for the non-political scientists. Results. Here's the news, and that's Euractiv. The y-axis is showing you polarity, and that's going from +1 to -1, put 1.5 to get it easier readable. So +1 on the plus side, you would have the positive reaction, negative quadrant, negative reactions, small bubbles, highly objective, bigger bubbles, subjectives. So predominantly, and that's interesting, in the news, you had a very strong negative reaction, especially on the day of the announcement, not so on the day of the leak. That was almost in notice still and just trickled in. But with the official announcement, from the finance community and from the, say, political science community, might have been a man on the moon moment, but people didn't buy man on the moon. Story, and I'm sparing you the diagram of the financial portal, Reddit, is pretty much the same. So in principle, negative reactions of saying, we have heard your argument about macroeconomics, but, my company, my business, that's not macroeconomics. I'm running a gas-fired power plant, and you're forcing me to whatever. So that means compliance costs. So that is pretty much at least what the news websites would have given you. salience, and sorry if it's unreadable, I should get it bigger, so my excuses for that. What's been the sort of direct reactions of the news portals of putting in? So that's a story of, okay, you want to publish a Green Deal, but if you do it, we want you to do this and that. Interestingly enough, directly going to the energy side. I mean, well, for the non-Europeans, 80% of European greenhouse gases are energy related. So if we speak climate policies, we directly speak energy transition. I mean, can't get one and not do the other. And that has been clearly seen by the actor, and that's been clearly sort of fired in by the actor. Interestingly enough, largely for energy efficiency. So that list basically reads energy efficiency, energy efficiency, energy efficiency, a little bit of renewable energy coming in, loads of comments, as you can see with the numbers actually coming from NGOs, mixed stakeholders, so that'd be stakeholders which are sort of, combination of NGOs and industry, so usually, teaming up, renewables, energy efficiency with Greenpeace. That's the sort of classic Brussels coalitions you would get, Coalition for Energy Savings, Friends of Renewables, etc., which you have around, but industry being interestingly silent in terms of communicating, in terms of feeding back. So there's a clear argumentation line for not just sticking to the news, but also going back to what actually markets are doing. And that's bringing me to the next block of the analysis of the paper, market reactions. You can test for the non-finance community, learning effect also on my side, but that was really interesting. You can test market reactions by a thing which is called event study methodology. So that's, in the finance world, one of the most common methods to actually check up on an event. So natural catastrophe, pandemic, how are stock markets reacting to that? I think basically we have seen it all. Remember stock markets' reaction to COVID and this mid-March, downslide of, the financial indices. That's pretty much, what you would find out with event study methodology. Usually, it's following sort of the same steps. So you pick your topic, you pick your subject, you determine the time periods, when, and the time windows, as they call it, when do you look at the stock market reactions. You compare these reactions to a benchmark. So that'd be usually some sort of stock index, FTSE, DAX, or MSCI, which probably all have heard, MSCI World, MSCI Europe, etc. So you would compare that to an index, and you would see, well, are the stock reactions behaving the way we expect them, or are they abnormal? And that is actually what we are looking at. You aggregate it, and you see the aggregated abnormal returns, which give you the story of, are stock markets happy or not happy, shocked, not shocked. And of course, you need to test significance to see that actually the thing is around. Here's the methodology. So classic calculation of returns. Returns in period, well, in your observation period minus earlier period divided by the earlier period. You pick your reference index. You basically do linear regression to see how that would progress if all goes well. You would calculate abnormal returns, sum that up, do the average, and you would do some testing of robustness. So classic, well, t-tests, but you usually back that up by some other tests to see that it's not only this one test giving you whatever. So if it's not normally distributed, you would probably, in terms, go for also non-parametric tests. Well, you know the story. So no news here. Event periods. Usually in that modeling, you do one business year in advance of the event. So that would give you an estimation window. So what was the period when all went well of some 250 business days? It's not, weekdays you're looking at, but just days when the stock exchange is open. So that's a sort of lower number. You would pick then the event. I mean, that'd be the leak, the announcement, and you would look at the period around few days before, few days after, and you would play with the windows to see, is that really robust? So you would pick control windows to see, you know, is it not only this sort of one-off, and actually something else was happening, to see, is that really valid in terms of results? Our comparison, our benchmark, MSCI, basically because we wanted to compare the different industrial sectors, we wanted to compare Germany to Europe, to the MENA region, so Middle East, North Africa, in order to have a comparison. And that is what very nicely actually is depicting in the different MSCI indicators. So here's the number of companies actually put into these indicators, which means that you have a very nice benchmark for comparing what is happening around. Let's look at the results. Automotive industry, that's what I've been promising you, automotive industry versus dirty energy, if I may call it that way, in comparison to green tech. So automotive, and the red lines, the date of the announcement, blue line, date of the leak, so the earlier reaction, gray line, combined results. In Europe, shock, terror, list of horrors, and stocks reacting extremely negative. Then going back to normal, certainly for the leak, the announcement. In Germany, sort of more moderate reply. And I'll go to the interpretations later, so just let's, you know, for a second look at what the plain data really gives us. But so it's a sort of, you know, shock event, but over time, industry sort of, stock markets rather, finds it on the cool side, so workable. Energy, clear negative reaction in Europe in terms of the announcement. Later on, with the announcement, all right, but with the leak, sorry, blue line, with the leak, clearly negative reactions. So, I mean, they've got the word that the European Commission is trying to sort of, you know, go at their business, that they will need to change, transform the industry. So that's clearly visible. Interestingly, stronger, both terms, Europe and Germany, in terms of the leak. So this first, you know, out of the blue information, something big is happening, and it's going to fall on our heads. Later on, with the official announcement, pretty cooler actually. So European even, you know, lines being positive, generating positive cumulated returns, which we will need to explain or need to look into. But first, let's look at green tech. So all the stocks which should have gone up, rising, if our hypothesis was right, you know, Green Deal will boost energy efficiency, renewables, recycling, etc. Doesn't look like it. Quite the opposite. So all the sort of green tech stocks really going down, both in Europe and Germany. So if you want to see market reactions of, you know, being shocked by a political regulation, here you can see a reaction which is just that. Here again, food for thought. And I think by now you know why I didn't call it co-benefits, but effects. But yeah, we need to discuss. I mean, that's for us, caring about climate change and caring about making it work, I mean, that is really telling that we need to look into that, which I'm trying to do. Just first of all, showing and proving, but I'm going to spare you the numbers. Just for show and tell, the different event windows, so different periods of checking robustness. You know, is that not only a one-off, but if we change a window when looking at the stock markets, does that give us still significant results? In terms of the leak, definitely so. I mean, in terms of what significant tells us is that basically, I mean, reactions are significant for old energy, so fossil energy, and certainly for the German utilities. I mean, look at that, minus 15.5% cumulated. I mean, it's cumulated, so don't overinterpret the numbers. Negative reactions. So the message is back home. There will need to be transformation, and that's going to be compliance costs and painful. Positive for the automotive industry. So here again, something to at least think about. Why that? Because, I mean, they all will need to change. And the reaction, of course, of German green tech. That mirrored with the announcement. So I'm going quick in order to also have time for discussion. But here again, EU utilities recovering, but green tech, all these people who should be crying out and loving the European Commission for proposing it, being extremely negative, and that's significant results. So that's highly attributable to actually the announcement. So in terms of financial language, so oil industry significantly outperforming, green tech significantly underperforming. Now that's a weird world. What do we make of that? So just, I mean, here again, showing you for show and tell in order to have the event study fully scientifically rounded off, various significant tests in order to see that actually that is backed up and not a one-off effect. So that's the robustness which you need in terms of doing these event studies to see that you have results which are credible, robust, and significant. Otherwise, wouldn't work. Same for the announcement. But yeah, let's go for the discussion, possible explanations. Pretty much, I mean, it was to my surprise, my colleagues weren't surprised and were saying, well, we've been having that discussion from the finance community quite a lot of time. So like Birindelli and Chapini, who've been looking into European policies, have been finding out that actually many European industries are looking at just compliance costs. I mean, just like Andreas Löschel was saying, people in China are price sensitive. Just mirrored here in terms of market reactions, market value cost components. Pretty much, I mean, that is stronger with this leak. Remember the list of horrors. In this leak, I mean, you had a very much sort of bullet-style hammering out of we'll regulate, 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 whereas in the announcement, von der Leyen and the European Commission was saying, well, we'll regulate, but we'll back you up with money. So you will get sort of compensation and support and structural reform subsidies, which will back it up. And that, in a certain sense, explains why the reactions to the final announcement were much less harsh or less negative than actually the original leak, which just sounded like, regulation dumping on industries' heads. The automotive industry is a sort of special animal, certainly in Germany, because, I mean, we have a high level of regulation. So, European regulation is only news if it's tighter, more stringent than German regulation, national regulation, which might explain the backup. Fossil fuels, actually, Ramir and colleagues argue that the sector is only responding once. And you had that response strongly, negatively, towards the leak, which might explain, here again, why the official announcement was sort of, the oil industry and the gas industry saying, oh yes, we've seen it. All right, let's see how we can work with it. The sort of mind-boggling thing was green tech, and I had a sort of very bad night's sleep actually over it, because I was thinking, well, you did a study and it was lots of efforts, but the results are just humbug. I mean, it doesn't make sense, really. But well, after sort of browsing and finding explanations, I found one which might be interesting. And that's actually two studies, Kim and Hille and colleagues, who are arguing that many of green tech, energy efficiency, building insulation, building refurbishment, renewable energies are strongly dependent on government regulation. The more subsidy schemes you have in place, the more precise regulation you have for energy retrofits of your building, the more the boost will be. in that declaration, which was very general, that was missing. So that might, explain that actually, it wasn't concrete enough for those industries to really cry out hooray and say, but look, you're just doing your political blah, blah, but you're not following up with precise actions. And that is not what, will make me confident that these policies will work. Finally, summary. So announcements, rather negative. And the interesting thing, but I'm not going to dwell on it, is that's in complete contrast to public communication, both of the industries and the general public. So on Twitter and with the, company and industry position papers to the European Commission. You had people, doing standing ovations. So there's a nice thing really to follow up. Reactions of the stock markets, just, summing up, outperformance of the fossil energy sector, green tech underperformance, and automotive sort of so-so-ish. But here again, we have to take a deeper look, and the paper does take a deeper look at the novelty, the degree of novelty of these explanations, but still overall, and then again, not naming it co-benefits, but co-effects. We have a job to do for this summer school, or winter school. It's already summer gone, still in summer, so it's passing quickly. We have a job to do, actually, to bring these co-benefits home, and that'd be my sort of quick implications, but then really moving to questions. So number one, in terms of science, it proved really interesting to actually combine the sentiment analysis and the event study. So you could do more on that. Problem is, from my side, when you analyze position papers like that, they usually communicate in a very strategic manner. So natural language processing won't do. Just one example, if a lobby puts forward, a position paper saying, well, we love that regulation, but it has to be technically feasible and it has to be economically effective. That in normal language translates to, we hate it, kill it. No algorithm would do that sort of matching here. Follow-up analysis, I would love to do the same thing with actually ETS prices to see what are the reactions there, pretty much the same thing. But for us, policy people, I think the basic summary is the Green Deal, at least the announcement, does not really convince financial markets. So there's a strong need, if you want to do political support, to actually, give more arguments to also convince the finance community. Renewable energies and the energy transition, if anything, that study shows you that if you want to move markets, you have to be very precise and you have to propose very clear regulation, because that is actually what the business needs. So in sum, people not buying the European Green Deal, at least at that time. We'll see how it goes on now with more precise regulation, directives, which have been proposed, which will be proposed, I think, in the coming 2 weeks, another proposal for energy efficiency in buildings. But in principle, if we want to go on with the argumentation line of co-benefits, certainly we will need to work harder and more to really underpin this Porter hypothesis. Talking quite too long, and that in front of lunch. That's shameful. I should stop. I stop. Thank you very much. And of course, floor is open for you to ask questions. Shocker, no questions. There's one.
Peter Borg-Revedierer, Stuttgart. You said on the one side, the green tech companies, they were not happy with the Green Deal because it was not concrete enough. And you said the energy companies were not happy with the Green Deal. And there I did not get the argument, because it's not concrete enough for them, because they were hoping for some support and something like this? Or was it already these vague announcements that there might be punishment was already critical for them? So what do you think?
I think for the, I mean, I think you're there. I mean, for the fossil energy industry, so gas, oil, etc. I mean, just having that graph of showing that all the sectors will decarbonize, you don't need more information to say that that is going to affect your business negatively. I mean, that's where all the information is in. No more word necessary. I mean, just that one graph shows you or brings you home as an industry the message that this decarbonization will kill your business model to, I mean, just, refine oil and go on. No further need for extra support, arguments. In contrast, however, for apparently, I mean, that's interpretation. I mean, I might be wrong, and the other authors might be wrong arguing that. There you would have a different argumentation line. That argumentation line would go that just by saying, well, we decarbonize does not necessarily mean we will go for more energy efficiency. It could be more renewables. So from that perspective, or out of that perspective, I mean, that's at least the argument which other papers put forward, and I find sort of reasonable explanation, even though it's mind-boggling, is that on that side, of the story, you will need more precise, more concrete regulation of getting shareholders confident that it's going to be really renewables who are getting the push. That's the sort of different play with the news portals and the different interpretations you would get out of literature. So decarbonization already showing enough for the oil industry, all in. In terms of renewable energies, I mean, you could have the argument that before doing renewables, let's do your homework with energy efficiency first, like the Commission is proposing. So doing masses in energy efficiency and less in renewables.
Yes, I would challenge it a little bit. My first idea is that the green tech companies were not looking at the same scenarios like the energy companies. So the energy companies were thinking, oh, we're getting through, it's not that bad. And the green tech companies were thinking about very, very ambitious targets. So they were kind of unhappy because these ambitious targets didn't materialize.
I mean, number one, you're absolutely welcome to challenge the interpretations, because it is interpretations and it is just hypothesis. So we can't really be sure, neither me nor you. So, I mean, we're in the same boat on that. Having said that, though, I mean, it's the same set of information. So in principle, I mean, that should work all right. But I think we can agree on the issue that we need further looking into, and we need to put further brain power into giving, well, the right, I mean, is it right, but a proper explanation of why that behavior. An interesting way actually to do it, because that study gave me quite a lot of ideas of how to actually use the same setting, the blueprint, in order to repackage it. I mean, an interesting way to test it would really be of sort of doing or taking that as a rehearsal and putting that study or that setting to a precise regulation. Because after all, the Green Deal was very much, I mean, we announced, lunch in 15 minutes, which can be anything. I mean, I could talk longer, we could have a nicer discussion early on, etc. But if you have a very precise regulation, so a real proposal for a directive, which we have on the table, I mean, the directive for renewables is on the table, the directive for energy efficiency is on the table. So pretty much following that up with a precise regulation would pretty much, I mean, bring us to further in terms of, which side is the more right and more wronger. But that definitely would be worth looking into. Is that a compromise answer?
Thank you very much for the nice presentation with the latest methodology for data mining. I'm interested in knowing a little bit more about the data mining process you used here. For example, data mining as well as data coding, what you used here.
Yeah. I'm not an expert, so I'm the layman. That was fortunately, my colleagues from Darmstadt. But in principle, I mean, it was a data scrapping tool which they developed based on Python, and which basically scrapped the news of, well, Euractiv, so that's a public European website, which apparently is easy to scrap. So that's apparently very easy to read out and get in. Reddit apparently is a bit more difficult. But basically it's Python-based, and the analysis software is called TextBlob. So if you're into natural language processing, I suppose it rings a bell to you. Didn't ring to me. Hope that somehow satisfies your background.
Yeah, so I'm interested in sort of chatting through different ways we can explain this negative green tech effect, which seemed to be the thing that was holding, or sort of the frontier here as well. And could you tell me how much of this green tech sort of index is traded as an index versus as individual stocks? I mean, could we, if we start digging into what actually happened in the market, if your story is potentially this is because of the lack of particular regulations, that would be consistent with the idea that if most of the trading of green tech stocks is individual stocks, that means that the analyst who's buying and selling these knows something about the stock. If what happens is the index, which is 80% of the capital flowing into these companies, tanks, that's a way of differentiating whether this is a broader narrative about green tech. I mean, I'll see you at lunch, because there are lots of other sort of just little technical things about the market that actually could explain this. But on a broader sort of, I guess, macro picture, I'm actually want to offer the point that you probably have perfectly identified the effects of announcing the Green New Deal, and we may have absolutely no idea, and there are literally thousands of stories you can tell, particularly if you start drawing efficient market hypothesis sort of stories, and you start digging into sort of what could cause markets to go any which way, particularly day to day or week to week. We can go back and forth all day, and sort of it becomes rather unclear what actually sort of, what mechanisms lead to these things.
Yeah, I mean, that's individual stocks compiled. So the comparison is done to the benchmark, so the MSCI, Europe, etc., automotive. So there you have, I mean, the benchmark would be the index. In terms of the study, or in terms of what we looked in for calculating the abnormal returns, that's really compiled individual stocks which are contained. So that again is, I mean, the sort of playing which you usually do. It's been, I mean, I would like to announce it's our sort of invention, but no, I mean, I have to be very moderate. I mean, that these event study methodologies is a methodology which has actually been around since the 1970s. So that's actually, I mean, in terms of having, as you were rightly saying, I mean, you will have thousands of micro effects potentially of, you know, company A being sort of, you know, having a hostile merger, having whatever sort of effects. But pretty much over time, I mean, the methodology has been shaped, and that is why you're doing these estimation windows long before, in a long time period before actually looking at the event, to make sure that actually you have all these micro sort of noise, if I can call it like that, so that you clear off all the noise, and that finally, when you look at the overall effects, these effects are sort of significantly attributable to this announcement. So that's basically, I mean, why you would play with the windows of not saying, you know, I mean, the date would, or the time frame which I've been showing you was, you know, 4 days before the announcement, 10 days after. So that's the sort of time window. Here again, in order to sort of get it more robust, you would shift that window and look at a, you know, day of the announcement, 10 days after. Get it broader, get it smaller, what was happening on the day of the announcement, so day 0 itself. And you would play with that a little bit in order to make sure that it's really robust and that it's really attributable to that announcement and not all sort of noisy effects which might happen with the data around. Answer okay? Still look.
I mean, yeah, the answer is fine. My larger point was you can move these windows, and I will believe you that you have identified the effect of the announcing the New Deal or Green Deal or leaking the Green Deal, right? And that, are you claiming that there is a way that we can find, that we can sort of separate the, say there's 8 channels that come from sort of identifying, right? So I announce this deal, and I'm not claiming that you failed to identify this thing called micro effects. If it's similar to a difference in difference analysis, I believe you. What I'm wondering is, do we have anything we can say about these different, sort of many different channels that could cause? I mean, this is a major shift in European regulation, and then like that could imply 500 different things, and we have an aggregate amount that we've added up. This isn't a criticism. This is
yeah, sure. Yeah, sure.
I'm wondering, like, sort of how we can start to separate these, because I mean, I wrote them down. I have at least 6 consistent stories with this change, and I'm wondering if we have any sort of go forward on how to separate how we got to this aggregate effect.
Yeah. Not really. I mean, like we had the discussion, and that's, I mean, that's probably where we need to, I mean, take a step back and take a look at the interpretation. I mean, just like we've been seeing about this interpretation, which way is it around? I mean, you can't really tell, at least out of the data. I mean, that's not what the method would give you. What the method gives you is just you're seeing an effect, and that effect is reliable, significant. I mean, that's what you can read out of the data. In terms of then interpreting it, I mean, that is really, I mean, sort of putting in the arguments and trying to understand. So here again, at that point in time, I mean, we have more work to do, which is good. I mean, that's the fun part of it. We have more work to do to really go for a separation or a sort of interpretation of the data and then finding a sort of scientific method in terms of proving it's this and that. The discussion, and that's why I label it discussion, the discussion I've been putting on is really, I mean, potential arguments which might work. Other authors have been finding them out in different settings. So, I mean, that sort of might translate into a plausible story. But in terms of scientifically really proving or really hammering down of saying, that's the argument. The energy sector is really only reacting once. Fossil sector is only reacting to one bit of news, and afterwards it's sort of inert to whatever comes afterwards. That's really hard to tell, but that's more work to do for us, clearly.
Thank you very much. I think this concludes our discussion session. We will now head over to lunch, and thank you very much for your interesting presentation.
Ja, wo ihr möchtet. Wir können auch nebeneinander. Ja, genau. Das müssen wir ganz so Rücken. Ja, und dann müssen wir halt. Wie ihr möchtet. Du kannst das dann bis Ende machen. Du kannst auch nochmal an mich übergeben. Ich übergebe nochmal an dich. Ja, gut, okay.
So, welcome back. We are now going to present you the topics that will be available for the workshop in the coming days. And we're going to start with workshop number 1, and I will immediately hand over to Chris.
Hello there, my name's Chris. I'm from Jülich Research Centre. It's great to be here with all of you, finally in present. So this first workshop is going to be looking at some of the issues which were discussed this morning around co-effects, essentially those additional effects that result from climate mitigation activities. And in the first workshop, what you'll be looking at with me is the challenges for capturing and assessing those co-effects that are associated with low-carbon policies. The premise for this, I've used Bain's integrated framework for co-benefits because I think it gives a very nice framework, a very nice kind of structure for looking at this problem of measuring co-benefits. Co-effects, of course, are important in terms of motivating the public and persuading the public of the importance and the value of undertaking climate mitigation activities. Now, we talked about some more obvious and tangible co-effects this morning, things like benefits for health through reduction in pollution, talking about things like greater access to green space, but there are also more abstract benefits, such as social conditions. What are the effects on economic development? What are the effects on people's characters, people's mental well-being, their benevolence, essentially, of undertaking activities in relation to climate change mitigation, and looking finally at how those motivations translate into people's actual personal actions and political preferences. From all of that, 3 key questions emerge. First of all, how can those societal and psychological co-benefits arising from those mitigation activities be captured and measured? That's more difficult. We need to find, how do you find a framework? How do you find a tool for capturing those benefits that are difficult to measure? Secondly, which benefits are particularly difficult to evaluate? Those psychological things, those effects for society. And finally, a third issue arises with discount rates, and this is quite an interesting part of this as well. Obviously, when we're assessing the value, the utility from mitigation policies, we're looking at the present value of those policies for mitigation. And one question is, do we need to adjust? If co-effects are important to our argument for taking action on climate change, do we need to adjust the discount rate to enhance the importance of co-effects in our decision when we're deciding which mitigation activities to pursue. So, looks like quite an interesting topic, and I'm really looking forward to working with some of you in Workshop 1. Thanks a lot. I'll pass this now on to Anja.
Thank you. So workshop number 2 will be about the Paris Agreement and the Sustainable Development Goals. These are two quite broad topics that we try to bring together somehow. So I think all of you have heard about both the Paris Agreement and the Sustainable Development Goals in more or less detail. And here are basically the main objectives of both frameworks. And both the Paris Agreement and the Sustainable Development Goals have been developed in order to address big global challenges that have to be dealt with immediately. And as you can see, the Sustainable Development Goals already split up in 17 different goals, some related to environmental issues, and all of these 17 goals also have different sub-targets. So it's quite a broad framework. And the questions that we are going to discuss are, first and second, what are the main objectives of the Paris Agreement on the one hand and the Sustainable Development Goals on the other hand. So this is quite basic, but I think it is relevant for us to discuss this first in order to have a common understanding of what we are talking about, because all of you come from different backgrounds and have more or less background knowledge about those topics. Then the third question is probably a bit more difficult to answer. What policies might be appropriate for reaching these objectives? And fourth, we are going to take a closer look at the connection or the interplay between the Paris Agreement and the Sustainable Development Goals. Are they consistent with each other, or are there maybe contradictions? And this is also quite a broad topic because, as you can probably imagine, the Sustainable Development Goals have interactions already among themselves, and then there's the Paris Agreement as another big global framework coming into play. So I think it will be quite an interesting topic to be working on, and yeah, I'm looking forward to what we might find out. Next workshop will be supervised by Imke.
Thank you, Anja. My name is Imke Roden. I'm also from Forschungszentrum Jülich, and I'm going to host workshop number 3 today, and in the following days, of course. And this workshop is about the primary and ancillary benefits, implications of the divergent features of policies and benefits. And the premise in general is that there are, of course, many different effects caused by climate policies. And not only there are primary effects, which are intended by the policies, but also ancillary effects. And those are not just benefits, but could also be negative issues which are not intended originally by climate policy. And you see on the right this huge circle of different effects which are interconnected and have different effects, yes, implications onto other fields, and they might decrease some other parts. For example, increasing renewable energy may also increase energy security, but it also contributes to reducing CO2 emissions. So this is one policy that could be implemented in increasing renewable energy that has different effects onto different other sectors. And There is a huge heterogeneity, not only between the relevance of the effects of climate policy, the primary effects and the ancillary effects. There is heterogeneity in the assessment of the effects and of course as well in the measurement, in dynamics as well. So this leads also to differences in publicness of the different types of effects and in to heterogeneity in the accountability of the ancillary benefits possibly. And what we are going to work on are some of the questions. We do not have to answer all of them, but those should lead a bit into the topic, as it's quite a huge topic with many possibilities to start on. First, we want to think about if climate policy produces immediate net benefits, or are there also intergenerational trade-offs? Are the specified targets justifiable on a cost-benefit ground, of course, which is always important for policies? And if we can think of it as such, is there an important, is there an optimal climate policy, and how might it be affected by evaluation, which policy often has to undergo, and how can effects be measured? And if they are measured, how can they be measured correctly, which should all lead to the major question that is, how should policy and research handle this heterogeneity of the policy's effects and benefits? And this is mainly what we are going to think about in workshop 3, and I'm really looking forward to working with you, and I hope you will too. Thank you. And now I'm going to hand over to Lisa.
Yes, thank you. So I will be hosting this workshop jointly with Gerrit, so I will have some help. Let me make it short and sweet. So I think we all have learned by now at this stage in this event that climate protection is in consumption a global public good. We cannot exclude anyone from reaping the benefits of climate protection, and we all know this is associated with free riding. However, we also should consider the fact that it's global public in provision, which means it's the summation of all climate protection provision which makes up actual climate protection. So we have many different actors at different stages, policy-related, non-public sectors. We have groups, we have single people from all levels. We have big actors that play a huge role, but we also have the single human being, which also plays a role and contributes, or does not contribute, to climate protection. And this is just to show the plethora of actors actually involved in this. And of course, if you have a plethora of actors, we always have very differing preferences. And this leads to the actual central question of this workshop, which is, can co-benefits actually motivate climate protection? Because we know that different actors have different aims, and these aims primarily might not include climate protection, but might actually some co-benefits be able to motivate action. This is the first or the main question, the overarching question, but there are some sub-questions which should also be discussed. We have heard from earlier talks already, it's not only benefits that coincide, but there can also be ancillary costs involved. And this should also be addressed in this workshop. And of course, from an economic theoretical approach, we should also look at the dilemma of the under-provision of climate protection. And the main focus of this workshop, which I might add, we have a psychologist here, we have an economist here, or a behavioral economist here. So this is a workshop that should be interdisciplinary. We want to look at motivation and the aspects involved here from an interdisciplinary angle. So I hope some of you do not find this too daunting. That's it, Anja.
Thank you. So now you've got a first impression about the 4 topics that you can choose. And the task that you are going to deal with in the coming days is the same for each group. So first, you are asked to formulate hypotheses in answer to the posed questions that you just heard for each workshop. And second, you should also think about possible methods how to prove or maybe disprove the hypothesis that you came up with. And the schedule is as follows. You can also see it at the program that is on each table. Today, we are now introducing the topics, obviously, and afterwards we will assemble in 4 groups in the 4 corners of this room. So just go to the group that you're most interested in. And today, I think we will have a brief introduction. Maybe everybody can say a few sentences where you come from and what your field of study is, so that we can start working on the topic tomorrow. And on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, there will be about 1 hour every day to work in your groups, usually at late afternoon. And on Friday, finally, we will split in 2 parallel sessions. In each session, 2 groups will meet and discuss their findings. So this is the plan for the workshop. Any questions up to now? Unfortunately not, but I can go back in the slides, or it is in the program, of course. You can look it up there, sorry. Page 3, I think, on day 2. In the middle. And there you have at least the topics, not all the sub-questions, but the 4 topics. Okay, then just think about what you would like to do, and we will meet now in a few minutes in the groups. See you there.
Wir müssen jetzt, glaube ich, die wissen ja jetzt, wer zu welchem Workshop. Ich glaube, wir gehen jetzt einfach in irgendeine Ecke.
have some people that are skeptical of the need, and perhaps some other effects are also concerned about the cost, and these co-effects arguments in employment to persuade us of value of aging presentation. It's different in different parts of the world. There's a debate. There are some countries that changes in aging presentation, but there are other countries that have different
negative absolute effect on another sector. So this is one thing, and this is also why I put this here, consider this heterogeneity, because heterogeneity how we want to measure the effects, and what effects are there, in what direction do the effects go. Are we probably what
Yes,
absolutely. Yeah, for example, this is also do the effects change over time.
I'm just setting up how many chemicals have you? That's Michelle, that's you. What effects are particularly difficult to assess? And it was also about discount rate as well. So essentially, how can the societal and psychological benefits from mitigation activities be captured and assessed? What challenges arise in the assessment of benefits? Which benefits are particularly hard to evaluate? And should discount rates be adjusted to reflect benefits from mitigation activities? Those would be the questions. We actually, 45 minutes, half an hour for the presentation, 50 minutes for questions. Yeah. One of them is this, I put this on Google File, and one of them is this game from Nature, Letters, Nature, Climate Change, that model is doing a certain framework for co-benefits. There's also an interesting case study of India, actually, how the Indian government has tried to implement analysis of effects of its policies using multi-criteria analysis. Code word for also basic measurement. So there are a few others as well that look at similar benefits of chemicals in case of Sweden, other countries have done. Here then some more direct literature here collected more benefits. I think the lectures as well, we should definitely try to use those in our presentation. Yes, and I think the second one's going to be some more benefits in the interviews to help our debate. challenges that arise, ambiguity of this idea about chicken of the egg argument. Der qualitativ der kriegt der People, also Python. Und er muss installieren und jedes muss er installieren. Ne? Der schnallt ja ab. Nee, da ich ja an der FH Aachen bin, die viele Software macht, ist mein Plan, wir machen eine Website. Ein Webservice. Das heißt sozusagen, mein Plan ist mit den Leuten, mit meinen Software-Experten machen wir, wenn das mal hält hier. Ja, wenn das geht, gerne.
Sorry to interrupt you, but time for the group work is already over for today. So I have to ask you to return to your seats and we will have the next presentation now. Thank you.
Wenn man sowas macht mit Software, dann müssen Sie auch anfangen mit Versionskontrolle und so. Ja. Weil das, was Sie selber kennen, haben Sie sozusagen 10 Excel-Sheets, die da rumfliegen, welche Geduld, ja. Weil alle Kollegen haben ein anderes und das sind auch so Software-Aspekte, die ich hier, die ich halt so ein bisschen dann erläutern möchte auch. Ja. Das ist sozusagen, das schlägt so ein bisschen außer Art, was ich jetzt mache, aber
ich finde das eigentlich ganz gut. Es war auch in der Vergangenheit immer so, dass manche einfach das wie einen Konferenzbeitrag gesehen haben und bei Effektor präsentiert haben. Ja, ja. Aber es waren auch immer Leute, die wirklich.
Das ist bewusst nach Vorlesen. Kein Tausch. Ich werde auch ganz offen sagen, dass das Ganze, was wir jetzt erfunden haben, gar nicht von uns kommt. Das war total frustrierend. Wir haben das aber gebastelt. Ich war stolz wie Oscar, als er dachte, boah, das ist gut, das muss ich machen. Wir haben vor Literatur so gemacht ohne Ende. Und ich bin mit Freitagsabends mit Peter von vielen namens Landell mal in da steht das 1:1.
Das habe ich auch schon mal gehört.
Das mal getroffen. Das macht mich für heute ruhiger. Ich meine mir ehrlich, wenn ich als Laie auf die Idee komme, wie diese Profis, auf die gleiche, dann ist das schon mal gar nicht so schlecht fürs Ego, erstens. Ne? Und zweitens ist es so, dass man das dafür besser ein bisschen verkaufen kann.
Ja, natürlich. Das ist schon mal bestätigt.
Das haben Leute gemacht. Und so ist ja was man aus den Trümmern dieses Methodenpapers da noch ein bisschen angefragt. Das ist Politik und das kommt später. Ja, das ist so die Idee.
Können wir jetzt vielleicht auch noch 5 Minuten Zeit geben?
Ja.
Also ich denke zum Beispiel, Marc Ritter hat gesagt, er wollte eigentlich zu dem Vortrag wieder zurückkommen.
Ja, nee, wir warten.
Genau. Vielleicht, wie gesagt, wir können einfach mal noch 5 Minuten Zeit geben und schauen. Ja, natürlich. Frieda meinte, er muss in der Telco, da weiß ich es nicht. Ja, Karen wollte jetzt für den Vortrag zurück sein. Da gehen wir mal noch 5 Minuten. Ich bin ja schon ganz nervös jetzt. Ich habe noch keine Ahnung, wie das läuft mit dieser Marktzuschlag. Aber es ist jemand hier von mir. Es ist jemand hier von mir, gibt es halt auch. Aber jetzt zum Beispiel, mit der kommunizieren kann und sagen, ja, wir sehen dich jetzt und gehen jetzt los oder wie. Keine Ahnung. Frage stellen können. Ich habe den Typen versucht, der war dann schon wieder weg. Ich hoffe, dass der nicht erst mit Punkt 4 aufschlägt, sondern vielleicht noch 5 Minuten mehr.
Wo sitzt der?
Also wir wird dann wahrscheinlich nachher da oben sitzen. Oder der Frau Reul zugeschaltet werden. Also ich halte die Augen offen.
Ja.
Eventuell müssen wir da ein bisschen flexibel sein.
Wir haben ja davor noch die Kaffeepause. Da haben wir noch ein bisschen Puffer, um nochmal zu checken.
Wir haben so eine halbe Stunde Zeit, da rumzutrocknen.
Ich hoffe, dass der halt auch ein bisschen bleibt.
Ja.
Der war jetzt heute auch schon sehr spät dran.
Mhm.
Geschmack.
Ja, okay.
Also ich hoffe, dass er vielleicht einfach 10 Minuten früher kommt und wir das dann noch machen können. Ansonsten weiß ich nicht, zum Beispiel wie dann einer hier stehen muss und die Fragen wiederholen muss, die jetzt am Telefon gestellt werden, ob uns überhaupt hört. Da müssen wir dann noch ein bisschen improvisieren.
Ja, gut.
Ich wollte dich nur mal vorwarnen, dass ich selber auch noch nicht genau weiß, wie das dann laufen wird.
Ja.
Aber irgendwie kriegen wir es dann schon hin.
Schauen wir dann, wenn es soweit ist. Passt schon. I think we can start. Everybody's already here and looking forward to what's coming next. So we are going to have now Professor Matthias Grajewski from Aachen, and he's going to talk to you about integrating uncertainties in decision modeling with MCDA for capturing effects of climate and energy policy. The floor is yours.
Yeah, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. At first, I want to thank the organizers for inviting me here. And yeah, I think we should start. I have a question at first. Who of you is familiar with MCDA models? Okay, I see. This means it makes sense to have some introduction maybe, yeah? And this is what we have in the next hour here. I will give some short introduction about MCDA, what this is kind. Okay. And I want to motivate why it's a good idea to incorporate uncertainty in that kind of models. Then I will come to two quite prominent members of the family of MCDA methods. This is SAW, is an abbreviation for a simple average weighting, and Promethe 2. But I want to reconsider these methods from some geometrical point of view. Maybe this is fairly non-standard, but it makes sense because we will need the results there to model, to show, let's say, one approach for modeling uncertainty within this MCDA framework, and I will end up with some application to e-mobility. So this is, in fact, intended to be a lecture, not so much a talk, and this means that many of the results I will show you now are not invented by me. In particular, the examples are a joint work with Stefan's group from Jülich. And well, let's start with some introduction. I think it's quite prominent that the consequences of climatic change become visible more and more to the common man. This means everyone should see that something really severe is going on, and as a rational consequence, maybe we would say that people change their behavior accordingly to this. Maybe they go by train instead of by plane, put solar cells on their roofs, and so on and so on. But if you look, as a simple example, to the private transport sector, this is one of the major emitters of greenhouse gases. And when it comes to the question what car to buy next, well, we don't see actually that people buy small, efficient electric vehicles. Instead, they buy big, fat SUVs, overpowered sedans, sports cars. And the question is, are they all nuts? I'm not sure. Let's assume for a moment they are in their right mind and act rationally from their special point of view. Well, when it comes to the question what car to buy, let's make it very simple. We have three alternatives. They can buy, let's say, either some conventional car with internal combustion engine. This is this black field there. They can, let's say, choose some hybrid vehicle, blue one, and some battery electric vehicle. And of course, ecological aspects may play a role in this purchasing decision. But in fact, people do not buy a car to save the world. They buy a car to acquire some means of transportation. This means ecological aspects play a role, but of course, there must be some kind of comfort and usability. For example, if you have a family, you need sufficient space for them all, maybe. Of course, if you want to buy a car, you must afford it. So financial aspects play a role. And even I was told that there are people who buy a car to make their neighbors envy. Yeah, this means, in fact, other aspects, maybe social aspects, play an important role as well. And obviously, all these criteria are quite contradicting. Ambiguous, at least, maybe even contradicting. So, I'm talking about this because, in fact, it's a goal to assess measures of climate and energy policy, this is the ultimate goal, with respect to their influence on the stakeholders' decisions. This is, I think, the idea for this MCDA modeling approach here. But if to do this, we need at first to understand how the stakeholders decide, because only then we can influence how they decide, maybe. Well, and again, the assumption is people act rationally from their special point of view. And to repeat this, there are a lot of criteria to take into account for decision-making. They are ambiguous at least. Maybe they are even contradicting. For example, electric cars are maybe good for environment, but they are quite expensive. Vice versa, conventional cars are not so good for environment, but rather cheap compared to this. So what to do? In fact, this kind of decision problem occurs almost everywhere, let's say, in life. Many criteria, hard to say what to do. It occurs in management, of course, and there's some kind of, let's say, some common class of tools, the so-called MCDA methods. This is an abbreviation for multi-criteria decision aid. In fact, this kind of this class of methods is quite old. But I've seen some paper from the 1950s where these first simple models occurred, and originally this kind of methods have been designed for decision aiding, for decision making, not for decision analysis. What is our area of application here now? So decision making, and of course, since the originals are quite back in the past, and this problem how to decide is quite ubiquitous. Let's say there's really numerous methods available, and there's a lot of literature. It's really a jungle of papers. In fact, in my perception, mainly the papers come from operations research, but many other fields are involved there. So, and as I said, we will apply this kind of method not for decision aiding, but for decision analysis. We want to understand how people decide and why they do what they do. And of course, the areas of application are counters as well. Of course, it's applied in economics, no surprise. In operations research, no surprise as well. But I've seen some papers from biology and even from medicine. So what treatment to choose? Yeah? People applied this kind of method on these applications. Let me go very much in brief how this MCDA process works. At first, you must choose the criteria. According to them, you want to decide. Then you must choose some MCDA method. Then you have to somehow set up this method. This means there's a bunch of data available. This must be somehow put into this model. This is the idea. Then you actually perform this MCDA. This is a kind of, let's say, program, Excel sheet, whatever it is. And then it makes sense to look close at the results and say, do I believe them or not? If not, if they sound strange, you go again in this loop. Well, these first three parts here, I think it's an art in its own right, so I will just skip it, because I'm not so much an expert in MCDA. But I want to come to these parts here, how to perform MCDA and how to assess and analyze the results. Of course, we are talking about robustness analysis, sensitivity analysis, and all things like this. The general procedure of that is somehow very much in brief like this. You need to compile a so-called performance matrix. This means you have some finite set of alternatives and a finite set of criteria, and somehow you have to cast the value of a certain alternative with respect to some criterion in a real number. So This, in fact, constitutes this performance matrix per tilde, I called it here, and it more or less codes the objective part of this decision process. But this is not all, because you must somehow code the importance of the criteria for the decision maker, let's say stakeholder, decision maker, whatever you want to call it. And this is done in so-called weighting vector W with non-negative entries. Okay, once you have this data compiled and at hand, then you perform this MCDA method, and out of this comes a kind of ranking. This means the alternatives are sorted according to their value, and the first maybe is then the preferred alternative, and so on. In fact, in reality, in practice, it is like this, that this compiling this performance matrix and getting this weighting vector, this is a tedious part of this analysis. I've seen this in Stefan's group. They really took a lot of effort and, let's say, weeks of labor in this getting P and getting W. I was lucky because they gave it to me, so I said, this in fact is the real tedious part. This is to make this sure. Let's come back to our simple example, what car to buy. Very simple, we have three alternatives: conventional cars, internal combustion engines, battery electric vehicles, and hybrid electric vehicles. Okay, and the data here are based on some paper which was published, I think, in this spring. Yes, in the spring, exactly. Genau. And to make it very simple, we just have 4 criteria, as shown before. They're economic criteria, comfort-related ones, ecological criteria, and other. So, well, as an MCDA model, we have chosen Promethe 2. I will come to this later on. And as a stakeholder, of course, we look at the car users, because they need to buy the car. This is the reason. Well, and after this, Promethe 2, in fact, can be recast in the formulation where you build a new matrix from this original raw performance matrix. It can be done. I can show you the computation if you want. And Stefan and his group gave me this matrix here. So 3 alternatives, 3 rows, and 4 criteria, 4 columns. That's it. Moreover, if we consider this weighting vector W, we need to scale it such that the sum of components is 1. No big deal, you can do this easily. And they provided me with this vector W, which is to reflect the current mindset of the people. So the first entry here, this one, I think this is related to economical aspects, financial aspects. Then comfort aspects, the third component is related to ecological aspects and others. And obviously you see, this is what they told me, in today's mindset, comfort and financial aspects really dominate, the rest is not so important. So now let's perform this analysis. I need to compute this vector of values for the single alternatives. This is just some simple matrix vector multiplication. So the ranking is obtained by sorting this resulting vector phi in descending order. We implement this in Python. This is some lines of code, no big deal. And we end up with some value vector minus 0.6, 0.6, and 0. Obviously, the second component is the biggest one by far, and this is the alternative of choice. And hooray, this is the one which corresponds to conventional cars. So this means our model has passed the reality check. Yeah, more or less people do buy conventional cars. Great. Ha. Now let's come to predictions, because you build models to be able to make predictions, of course. Let's say by ongoing climatic change, the mindset changes as well, and let's say ecological aspects prevail. Let's say here, comfort-related and financial aspects are not so important anymore. Ecological aspects, they are really important. We can recompute our phi, and we see that now the very first component is by far the largest one, and this means people will choose the first alternative. And these are battery electric vehicles. Well, that's great, because we have some decision model, it passed the reality check, and we have a prediction for the future. Let's have a coffee break. No, because in fact, I think this kind of analysis is not very convincing. And this is for a number of reasons. Because, why did we choose Promethe 2? Yeah, Stefan told me. But maybe this is not a good reason. Maybe we should really try to work harder on that. Why using this model? So there's just some structural uncertainty in choosing the MCDA model. Moreover, this performance matrix P, I said weeks of labor. Yeah, but let's be honest. If there's some entry, let's say 3.1, why 3.1 and not 3.2 or 3.0? Do they really know so exactly, so precisely? I'm not sure. This is even more true for this weighting vector W, because it somehow codes the mindset of the people. Now, yeah, this is quite hard, because if you make a survey, people give socially accepted answers. It's well known. Yeah. In fact, these vectors are known with a certain kind of uncertainty. Yeah? Moreover, who is a car user, the stakeholder? Now, yeah, everybody who drives a car is a car user. This means, in fact, we try more or less to, let's say, code the mindset of the German people, because almost all of them drive a car, in a vector with 4 real numbers. Well, this is, I think, somehow questionable. In fact, the stakeholder in this model is inhomogeneous. And I think we should really take into account this inhomogeneity. There's even more, because, as I said, we make this for understanding how people decide. This means we should really gain some deeper insight into the decision process. And in fact, from some mathematical point of view, this MCDA model is nothing else than a mapping. Let's say, fix P for a moment, because as I said, W is even more uncertain than P. So let's fix P at the first time, consider W only. So you take this vector W, and in some way you make from this weighting vector a ranking. This is a mapping. So, and what we did up to now is a kind of point evaluation, because we evaluated this model in 2 different Ws, old mindset, new mindset. Now remember of your math classes in school. Imagine that the teacher wants to introduce a cosine function. And he says, yeah, dear students, there's a function called cosine. Its value in 0 is 1. Its value in pi is -1. You see? I think no student would get an idea about the cosine from that information only. But this is in fact what we did. What lacks is a kind of structural information. Maybe the teacher should say, oh, cosine is a periodic function, it's a bounded function, a smooth function, something like this. Maybe he even wants to draw the graph. Then you get some idea. And this idea, why don't we try to visualize this model? Draw some graph in some sense. Well, to make this now possible and make this easy, let's say this criterion others, let us neglect this. This means we have 3 criteria left: economic, ecologic, comfort-related ones, and we fix the performance matrix P. Yeah, it's somehow known, let's say like this, but W, this weighting vector, is a variable. Maybe we should look at the set of admissible weights, because there are some side conditions, non-negative components, sum of components is 1. So, and all the weights which fulfill this condition are collected in this set, capital S. Well, and maybe you again reminded to school, because this is just some normal representation of a plane with a normal vector 1, 1, 1. This means it can be displayed quite easily. And moreover, any admissible weight which can be considered in principle is 1 point in this infinite, of course, set S. And what we want to do now, we color code any point corresponding to a vector according to the outcome of a decision. Maybe if I have some mindset W which leads to I buy some conventional car, then this point is black. If for another set, let's say, the decision is I will buy some electric car, then this point is green. So, and if you do this, you end up with this. You see, at first, this set S is partitioned in 3 parts, of course, 3 alternative, 3 parts. And you see more. In fact, the set S is a so-called standard simplex in 3D, and it's subdivided now in convex polygons. It makes sense maybe to flatten this, because this simplex is essentially flat, and you can rotate it and put it in R2, and this is this right picture there. And you see what's happening. So these corners stand to these extreme weights of comfort, ecological and economic aspects. And the question is now if it's some coincidence that it looks like this, or it's always the case. Yeah, let's do the math. So to consider the general case, I want to stick to this structure of the model. This means I have some performance matrix. By some magic, another matrix P, which is fixed, occurs. I multiply this with this weighting vector W, and out comes this value vector. And the ranking is just here provided by sorting this in descending order. Okay, this means everything like before, and this applies to Promethe 2 and obviously to SOR simple average weighting. Now we have C criteria and let's say A alternatives. Okay. And we have some, let's say, incomplete ranking. Why incomplete? Yeah, for example, it can be that people say, I want to buy a conventional car and I don't care about the rest. Then this ranking would be just 1. This means this 1 is coding this ICE choice, and nothing else, I don't know. The other alternatives are inferior, but I don't know more. This is the reason why I want to incorporate now incomplete rankings. And let's say we have to study this kind of set WR. This means these are all admissible weights which lead to my given ranking. So this black object, the blue one, the red one, these WRs for different rankings. And I want to know structural information, how these sets look like. Well, let's start. P is a matrix which obviously consists of rows, let's say call them PK. And if you look at the matrix vector product, you know how to compute this, or you just go around and sum everything up. This is just some ordinary dot product. This means for the value of the kth alternative, you take the kth row and multiply this with this weighting vector, and the sum you get, this is in fact this value. Okay, what must be the case that, let's say, alternative k is better than L? Yeah, it's of course then the case if the value of k is bigger than the value of L. So now we can back translate this here now, and this means that the scalar product, the dot product with the kth row in W is greater than the one from the lth row with W. By this rearrangement, you see, in fact, I have the difference of these two rows. And if I multiply this with W and some non-positive number occurs, negative number occurs, then alternative k is better than alternative L. So, if we now call this difference of vectors NKL, just a difference, then we see, in fact, the set of weights leading to preferring k over L is a kind of half space. This is the mathematical term for this. At first, we note that this is some convex set. Maybe you may ask yourself, why half space? Yeah, let's have an example. Quite easy now. Let's say sum of components in R2 is, let's say, smaller than 1. If the sum of components is exactly 1, you end up with this red line. If the sum is greater than 1, you are above this line. If it's smaller than 1, you are below this line. This means our half space is, in fact, this blue part together with this line. And this is the reason why it's called half space, because it halves the space. That's all. Well, half spaces. Okay. Let's come back now to our ranking. In fact, ranking means R1 is better than R2, is better than R3, and so on, up to better than Rn. This is what ranking codes. So this means, going to back to my slide, a previous slide, then we see that, again, these are more or less half spaces here, because it just codes some of these comparison conditions we have seen before. This is not all, because any other alternative must be inferior to the ones ranked there. And again, this means the scalar product of the lth line and W must be smaller than the nth line with W, because n is the last alternative considered in this ranking. So again, these are half spaces. And we can conclude at first that this WR is, let's say, in an intersection of A-1 half spaces. Okay, this is the structure we see, but we have the side conditions. Non-negativity, sum is 1. What about this? Let's consider non-negativity at first. You can translate this condition into a dot product again, because just take the kth unit vector, so zeros, zeros, at kth place there's a 1, and then again zeros, and then you see the dot product with that kind of vector is just this kth component of W. So this means, in fact, half spaces. This is not all, sum is 1. Next condition. Sum you can code again as some dot product with this vector just consisting of 1s. Now you may say, okay, it's equal 1, but we need equal, greater equal, lower equal 1. Yeah, but this is naturally the case, because if something is equal 1, then it's lower equal 1, and at the same time greater equal 1. This means we again end up with 2 half spaces. Yeah, and these are all conditions we have on this set WR. And I could express all them in some half spaces. And because they have to be valid at the same time, these conditions, we can say, okay, any WR in the intersection is the intersection of, if you count it up, A plus C plus 1 half spaces, and of course it's bounded because the weights can be at most 1. That kind of object, so some intersection of a finite number of half spaces, and it's bounded, it's called a convex polytope. So this higher dimension analogon to some polygon. This is in fact how this sets WR look like. So this is now geometric. It's, let's say, mathematics more than economics, but we want to exploit now this structural result further on. How can we do this? At first, we can say, okay, if I change my weighting vector a little bit, does it lead to the case that this ranking switches, which comes out, so another decision, or is everything unchanged? We could do the following. For example, we can say we compute the minimal distance of my given W such that I do not leave this WR set. Of course, computing the distance to a boundary of a set for arbitrary sets is almost impossible, but it's easily possible for convex polytopes. Maybe it's a good idea to do this. It's really no big deal. Moreover, I want to go back to my colorful picture here, many slides before. Here, I think this point over there, where all these three sets meet, I think this is interesting, because this mindset coded by this corner point means from that point of view, all alternatives are of same value. Maybe it's interesting for analysis to get these kind of points, corner cases, literally. Yeah, okay, but this is no big deal anymore, because if I have a polytope, it consists of vertices. They can be computed, and maybe then I can really get a list of corner cases of that kind. Okay, let me go back to my slide here. Convex polytope, yes, corner cases. This is a good idea, and I will show you some third application in some minutes. Yeah, genau, this will I do. Let's go back to our what car to buy example. Well, now we can really put the old mindset here in this picture, and this is in fact the red dot in this black field. This is what Stefan provided me, and you see, obviously, you see, it's rather robust. And it's no big deal to compute, let's say, the circle here. The smaller one means I can go as far as away before I violate the side conditions. And the big circle means I can really go be in this circle until my decision changes. So just some visualization, and you see, and the new decision is quite robust as well. This is the yellow point in this green part. So we can get some, let's say, impression directly what's going on in our model. And the corner case, as I told you, corner case is interesting. It is quite easy to compute. This is here roughly 0.3, 1/4, and 0.4. This is a mindset from which all alternatives in this model are of equal value. Okay. Of course, that's some robustness analysis is necessary. This is not our invention. This is quite old. I think there are papers from the early 70s which realize this is a good idea to have a kind of robustness analysis. And the same applies, of course, to this need for modeling uncertainty in parameters. There are many approaches to do this. In fact, there are so many approaches available that I can't show them all. In fact, you can group this. There are methods which rely on stochastic and statistical methods. In particular, I want to mention this SMAA method by Ladelma. This is, in fact, what we'll do in the next some slides, some variant of this. And there are other approaches, maybe based upon fuzzy numbers, whatever. There are really a number of approaches. But I think in mathematics, probability theory has turned out to be the, let's say, natural language to deal with uncertainty. So I think I would prefer really this stochastic method, SMAA. as I said, I can give you an overview. It's really complicated because there are so many methods. The idea is in fact quite easy. The entries of P and W are not real numbers anymore, but they are random variables. That's in fact the key idea. Yeah, this is all. And then, what can we expect from that kind of model? We can, for example, try to compute the probability that, let's say, our model leads to a certain given ranking. So you get probabilistic results. Not anything deterministic anymore. Maybe it's even possible to compute the probability density function of the outcome. You see, it's some random variable. It should have some density, usually. Yeah? Maybe we can get this density. This is the idea, but of course, the question is how to model the entries of these components of P tilde and W. It depends, because if you have data, direct data on this, great. Then take the data and fit some PDF of your choice. This is parametric statistics, a standard problem. I think you taught about this today in the morning, where it was about goodness of fit test and something like this. So you can obtain, if you want, this PDFs on that way. The problem is that in many situations, there are no direct data available for some reason. But we have the following. If we want to use MCDA for decision modeling, then we know what people do today. We know today they tend to buy SUVs. This is just a matter of fact. And maybe we can use this a priori information to somehow, let's say, get at least some impression how this weighting vector look like. In fact, this is kind of an inverse problem. Usually you have your weighting vector are interested in the ranking. We not. We have the ranking and want to have the weighting vector back from it. Of course, this cannot be unique. Of course not. And what I want to show you now is some approach for modeling, let's say, this weighting vector W in a stochastic manner from given rankings. This is what we have done in the last half hour complete here. Of course, we want to exploit that we know for our kind of MCDA models, WR is some convex polytope. So, some convex polytope. And let's make it simple for the very beginning. Let's say I want to have just one vector to represent this whole set WR. Yeah, what can we take? The center. I think the center is a natural choice because it's quite robust. Yeah, the center. The question is, what is the center? This is surprisingly difficult because it depends really on whom you ask. There's no, let's say, unique and straightforward definition of what the center of some convex polytope is. For example, I will show you, if you ask some guys from physics, they will say, yeah, center of gravity, just formula there. Because if you have some rigid body with constant density, this W star is in fact the center of gravity of this. And taking this vector W star as representative for WR, this is set, has been proposed way earlier. I think, yeah, Ladelma in 1989. So it's quite old, and this can be conveniently computed by some Monte Carlo methods. It's possible. But I think this is not the optimal choice for two reasons. At first, if you want to have some Monte Carlo or quasi-Monte Carlo methods, you need to sample. If you have no clue where on your big simplex this small WR is, you need to sample uniformly on the whole simplex and discard every sample which does not lead to the given ranking because it does not belong to WR. And if the volume of WR is quite small, it can be quite cumbersome, especially in high dimensions. So this means it can be quite expensive to sample here. And moreover, I think this center of gravity is nice for physics, but I don't see any economical motivation for this. It's great for physics, but it's not physics here. So, what can we do else? Well, let's say we have some maximum-minimum margin approach. This means I'm far away from the boundary at minimum as possible. This is so-called Chebyshev center. This is quite familiar in linear programming for interior point methods. They usually start with some Chebyshev center, a starting point, and this is in fact the center of the volume maximal inscribed sphere. sphere. Sounds quite weird, but it's quite very common, as I said, and it can be convenient to compute it because you can reformulate this in some linear programming problem again. This can be solved. It's really no big deal. There's no closed solution, but manageable. The problem in that is it's not unique. Consider, for example, this black box SUWR as a part of a simplex. Why not? And you see that the red circle is as big as it gets, and the blue one is as big as it gets. So which one to take? Sure, you have the choice. And I think this kind of ambiguity, I don't like it. Huh? So maybe this is Chebyshev center, but there is some remedy, because it's known that the volume maximal inscribed ellipsoid to some convex polytope. This is unique. And maybe we should try to, let's say, generalize this Chebyshev approach a little bit and say, okay, the biggest ellipsoid we can have in this polytope, this is the one we want to take. This has a center, and this is our center. This is the idea. Well, as I said, it's unique, it's great. And if you have some ellipsoid, it's the set of points b times x plus some, let's say, w bar, subject to that Euclidean norm of x is 1. This is some ellipsoid. We want to have b and this w bar, in particular w bar. And in fact, there's no closed solution again available, but you can reformulate this as some convex optimization problem for b and w bar simultaneously. Maybe this sounds frightening, but it is not. You will see later on, it's manageable. You can do this. I did this here for our toy example, and you see that this is ellipsis, not ellipsoids, in this 2D case, of course. And this is a vector here Stefan and his group gave me, and this is this, let's say, new center point from our ellipsoids. So at least they're close together, but this is, of course, some coincidence. So it works. You can do this. It's possible. But this is, in fact, not what we wanted, because we wanted to reformulate W as some random variable. We need some PDF still. Ellipsoids. Think of Gaussian distributions. The level sets of the PDF are ellipsoids. Maybe we can do something with this. And the idea is I just choose the Gaussian distribution here centered around this W bar. Okay, I need to set some covariance matrix. I say, okay, this sigma is just alpha squared b times b transpose. And b is this matrix b from this ellipsoid. Of course, I need to truncate this to this set WR, because otherwise I come to different rankings. It doesn't make sense here. So, in alpha is just some scaling parameter. You can use it to tune your model. This is what we did, and it works quite fine. As I said, the level sets of the Gaussian PDF are ellipsoids. And conveniently, it's easy to see that the main axes of this ellipsoid are, in fact, given by the principal components of this covariance matrix, sigma. So this means we have every component at hand by this geometrical stuff, and maybe it's a good idea to sample it. I did this here again. Now we see this, let's say, sigma and 2 sigma ellipses. This is, in fact, the picture before, enriched with some samples, and you see, seems to work. This means geometric considerations do really need to some, let's say, reasonable modeling of this uncertainty. This is a message I want to place here. This is always in numerical mathematics or in whatever. This exploiting of structural information makes algorithms fast and feasible. This is what we've done here. You may ask, what about VCore or TOPSIS? Yeah, if they're not of the structure here, it's not applicable. But you can do this for Promethe too. Okay, but maybe we have more information at hand than just rankings. We had this in this group. Schäfer said, this parameter cannot be greater than 0.1. I don't know why, but can't be. What to do? So how can we incorporate these additional constraints? Note that this polytope WR is not given as a convex hull of its vertices. No, it's given as intersection of half spaces. This means, in fact, I can rewrite this WR as the set of all A times W smaller than B, component-wise, of course. So, if we have some linear hard constraints, like the case component must be at least or at most, or the third one must be greater than the second, or vice versa, something like this. These are all linear constraints which translate to additional half spaces. This means I just have not a intersection of some half spaces, but some half spaces more. This is quite convenient to implement because these are just some additional rows in the system AW smaller than B. So it's no big deal to do this. This is not all, because in some senses, some situations, you have some, let's say, direct but uncertain data. Maybe you have a survey regarding the weights. And you know, in addition, what people actually did. What to do then? Maybe I think this is some application for Bayesian statistics. I propose the following. You fit the existing data to a likelihood function. This should be possible. You use our W from these geometric considerations as some prior distribution, and then you work with the posterior distribution again. So this means this framework provides the possibility to exploit the knowledge of rankings, to naturally include linear constraints, and we can also include some, let's say, soft data, soft direct data. It's possible. Yeah, and this is what I wanted to tell you. And now I want to come, I was too fast today. I want to come to some non-toy examples. Because Stefan and his group wrote some paper about why the trend towards gasless. And this is a performance metrics. I hope you can read it somehow. They did. Of course, you see this is a much more fine granular model. We don't have just, let's say, 3 categories of cars, but we have mini cars, small cars, medium cars, large cars, executive cars, and so on and so on. And we looked at more criteria, price-performance ratio, raw price, comfort aspects, space, I think of family, at this, family friendliness again, environmental aspects, and so on and so on. So 10 criteria for 9 alternatives. And maybe it's a good idea to apply this method I've shown you on that example. Because I think if you have a method, it needs to be applied to see if it really works or not. Yeah, we forgot one thing. Up to now, we have taken P fixed and W variable. That's in fact not true, because we had seen before that the components of P are not so exactly known. What can we do? So let's say in a quite first approach, we did the following here. Of course, if you have data, you can model them according to the data. The components of W can be treated like the components of P. There's nothing else you can do. If we didn't have data, then we say, okay, we just provide some lower and upper bounds and just take some beta distribution because it's bounded to this bounds, and we just take it. And then we want to sample P, simultaneous sample W, and let's see what happens. Yeah, the first approach. And yeah, okay, let's have a live demo. Because if you have seen this, maybe you say, oh, many dimensions, numerical optimization, sampling, takes days on a big computer. No, really not. I will show you what's happening. And I will do this here. So I've done this in Python, as I said. By the way, who of you has already worked with Python? Oh, yeah. So I really can advocate this, because I know this from our collaboration. If you have some deterministic saw, you can do this conveniently in Excel, no big deal. If you have this, you can do this in Excel, but not conveniently. In fact, you have, let's say, a number of free-floating, colorful Excel sheets, all differ somehow. Nobody knows after half a year how they differ. I really want to advocate, let's say, some kind of software development techniques. Git repositories, make some documentation, use a proper language, not Visual Basic maybe, Python, MATLAB, R. If you're really hardcore, even C if you want, but I don't think it's really hard for this. So, in fact, what I did, I implemented this stuff, and I want to show you that on my 3.5-year-old laptop, really runs some seconds. Let me show you this Excel file, which I want to read in. So we still use Excel, but only for data management, not for data processing. You see here performance metrics characteristics. You see, this is the metrics from the paper just taken. These are the mean values, minimum values, maximum values. Okay, there's this. This does here plus minus 10%, because due to the lack of real data. And of course, we have some rankings. I want to consider even two stakeholders. There are some Sinus milieus. I don't know what's really behind. It doesn't matter for this case here now. And yeah, okay, this is what I want to read in. We have even more. They provided me with some bounds. Where is it here? For example, here. They said, okay, yeah, maybe price perform. This is at least 0. Yeah, there's no surprise. But in fact, there's really some, let's say, constraint for price. They said, oh, it must be at least 0.13 or something like this. Additional constraints. We talked about this. Okay, and this is what's going on. I said there's some Python code, and I want to run this. I can show you what I do. Here. No, this is the wrong one. This is the right one. I will start this now. You see here, I put this Excel file in for the metrics, for the bounds, and I will make some file results. And let's have a look on this. So this will be written here. You see, no results file. I'm not cheating. Yeah. Yeah. Do I know? So now it's starting here. It's preparing. Take some time. And we are done. That's all for weight finding. So you see, it's really a matter of seconds. So it's no rocket science. Yeah? And this is Python. This is not EB Fortran, so it's Python. It really works. Let's have a look at the results. The results. Don't see too much. By the way, we did this now for SAW and for Promethe too. As I said, try different models because you don't know what to take. If you don't know, take all. By the way, in machine learning, this is called ensemble modeling. It sounds better than try everything you have. Okay, yeah, it's really like this. Yeah? Train 20 networks, takes the majority. It works. Okay, what we see, now we have the weights here now for this SAW. These are for our 10 criteria. This is this geometric center. And if you want to compare them now with the center for this Promethe 2 model, you cannot see now that it's almost the same. This means it's quite robust. We can do even more. Of course, visualizing, making pictures of them is not a good idea in 9 dimensions. It doesn't work. But we can compute the distance to these facets. And this is interesting because any facet stands to one part of the ranking. And this means I can see what part of ranking will be violated first if I distort my W. And this I did. It's just basic linear algebra. For example, here, yeah, it's not so much. There's plenty of margin, not so much margin. This means you can really see what part of the ranking will be violated first. Just geometric considerations, as I said. And okay, moreover, you can easily provide this main axis of the ellipsoid and can see, okay, which components of W are particularly unsure. Because the less sensitive the decision is on this component, the bigger this ellipsoid will be in that direction. And so on and so on. This means it's very possible by this geometric point of view to have some analysis of the whole set of weights leading to one particular ranking. This is the idea behind. So now let's come to stochastic analysis. I said, we sample and we distort P. We can do it. I did this, and I show you what's going on. At first, I'll do the following here. I will start my Python code again, and let's have 250,000 samples. For some PDF, it's quite low, but okay. We do this now. So this, I think, takes about 10 seconds or so. Again, Python. Now comes the tedious part. The reason is you must recompute this matrix P for any sample again and again. And this takes some time, but not too much. And we have pictures, colorful pictures. I think the more abstract the topic, the more colorful the pictures should be to balance this somewhere. Yeah? And let's say, what happens here? I should have shown you the ranking which is behind. I do this in my Excel sheet. This is milieu M1. No. Again, not. Here it is, ranking. So this means second alternative is the best one, followed by the third, followed by the fourth. Okay, Python is zero-based, so don't be confused now. And the following is happening. This is one to show you. if I compute now the probability that really the second, alias here the first, alternative is best, you will see, due to this disturbances in P and in W, this is somehow smeared out. This means we see that this alternative, which is in fact ranked at the second place in the ranking, now occurs again due to the disturbances in P. This is what's happening. And in fact, you can use this to calibrate your model. You say, okay, in fact, one car user doesn't have, let's say, some unique decision. Some people buy this kind of car, some people buy that kind of car. And if you can use this information to tune your model according to that, using probabilities. This is the idea of this matrix. And this means you see this second row here corresponds to the second most preferred alternative. Again, this is alternative 3, now denoted by 2. Path is zero-based, as I said. It's still the most probable one, but it's not the only possibility. Why is it so? Well, I started with some random variables. And if I process them, I will end up with some random variables, and I can estimate its distribution. And this is what I did as well, live. And this is, in fact, the distribution we had. Usually, in a deterministic model, you have, let's say, 3 bars. Best one, second best one, third best one. Not now. We have some PDF, and this makes it possible to have some analysis on this. So this is just a much more fine granular model than before. And, oh yeah, I think I'm done with my talk. Do you have questions on that?
Well, first of all, thank you.
Yeah. Yes.
I could not see whether we can use it to predict things actually, because it's still, even though you calibrate it and look at the data, you're looking at the past data.
Yeah.
And again, you're calibrating your model looking at the past data and parameters. But future is not necessarily as the past, right? It's a fundamental problem when you are trying to predict the future from the past.
Yeah, you're right. But the point is, and maybe in the future, you can buy better, different cars. This means I can readjust the performance matrix. And under the assumption that the mindset of people does not change, I then can make this analysis, let's say, for the situation 10 years in advance. This is the reason why we do this.
So here you're still assuming that more or less the situation in the future mindset and etc. will remain identical. Right.
In this easy application I sketch now, then the mindset remains unchanged. But we can say that maybe this is W bar changes according to this distribution, something like this.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? If not, then thank you again for your presentation. We will now have a coffee break for about 30 minutes and then return for the next presentation, the final one for today.
Hallo. Geht.
Ob wir nachher auch Rückfragen stellen können. Also kann die das hören, wenn wir über das Mikro jemand was fragt?
Ja. No. Alles klar. Brauchen wir die auf allen Beamern oder brauchen wir die bloß? Ist jetzt eigentlich jemand im kleinen Saal?
Vielleicht der mittlere, weil hier drüben und drüben sowieso niemand mehr sitzt. Also zumindest dort in der Ecke ist niemand. Das reicht, wenn die hier projizieren.
Okay, machen wir. Schaut mal den in der Mitte, kommt mal rein und machen wir.
Ja, danke. Mehr. Jetzt kommt die hier nur über Video vorträgt.
Ah, okay. Ja, gut.
Aber für morgen.
Soll ich das eigentlich dann immer direkt auch zur Hälfte einschenken oder lieber daneben stehen lassen, damit den Leuten klar ist, dass es frisch ist?
Ach so, das ist eine gute Frage.
Mhm. Ich glaube, bisher hatten wir es jetzt heute immer so gemacht, dass wir es nur daneben gestellt haben, aber ich glaube, ursprünglich war die Ansage, dass wir es zur Hälfte füllen, deswegen habe ich gerade gefragt, was am besten ist.
Ach so.
Mhm.
Ich habe jetzt gar nicht so richtig geguckt, ob die sich trauen, was zu nehmen.
Ich weiß es auch nicht. Es war jetzt zumindest eingegossen, obwohl es vorher, da habe ich nur daneben stand.
Ja.
Naja, okay.
Ja, für morgen, ja, halb voll und dann, genau, wir haben ja ein Hygienekonzept und wir tauschen das immer aus, das passt schon.
Ja, okay. Ach, jetzt sehen wir uns. Ja, nicht schlecht.
Also wir können sowohl die Mikros benutzen, als auch die und das hört sie. Und sie wird dieses Bild quasi auch sehen bei uns. Das heißt, wir können die Moderation vielleicht so machen, dass einer oben steht und quasi mit ihr spricht und irgendwie sagt, jetzt geht's los. Und einer unten, die jetzt auch quasi dann Mikro für die Fragen bekommt. Und dann ist es irgendwie zu zweit auch. Und
welchen Raum möchtest du noch?
such sie aus. Dann machen wir das so. Und das ist dann nämlich noch, weil ich nicht weiß, wie, keine Ahnung, ich kann irgendwann nicht einschätzen, wie lange ich noch abbleiben kann und dann vergesse ich mich, wenn ich sage, ich bin alles wieder zurück. Wäre das für dich in Ordnung so? Ja, klar. Dann machen wir das einfach so, dann kannst du gerade mal kurz sagen, hallo und dann sagt, los.
Yes. I'm Patricia. Nice to meet you. In person, yeah.
Again, you managed to, we were able to come as well.
Yes.
With some problems with people.
Yeah, no, thank God. It took a while. It was a long journey, but it was okay.
Perfect, great.
Yeah.
I think we can just maybe give them to our students.
In the boardroom?
And they will just
Hello, Professor Roy. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, absolutely. Very good.
Good afternoon. You're now in Thailand or in India?
No, I'm in US right now, in San Diego. So this is early morning for me now.
Perfect. This morning we talked already about you because Professor Löschel was here and you're working together with him, he told me. And yeah, it's a pleasure to have you here virtually, at least in Freiberg. And yeah, we are very interested now in listening to your presentation on co-benefits in Asian regions. And yeah, I look here, I think it's better to look there, right?
Yeah, so that you can talk to me. But this is very difficult, you know, we are not actors. Yeah. So we tend to look at each other, no?
Okay, good. So I think I should give you the floor and not steal further time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. And I think this is an exciting event which you could organize. And of course, there are good and bad sides of everything, no? So we are at least able to discuss digitally and meet digitally. And I can see the participants also. This is good. I feel like I'm with you all. What I will do is, okay, let me share my PowerPoint presentation, right? Okay. You can see it. I can make it, yeah. I hope you all can see it, right?
Yes, we can see it.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you. So what I would do is I would actually talk a little bit differently, the co-benefits and climate policy with special reference to Asian region. And not exactly what you have in the program. The reason is the Asian region is so large and so diversified and differently positioned. So in global climate negotiation as well as in strategy. So what I would try to do is mostly focus on India, which is a big developing country, and would give examples from more global perspective also. So I would touch upon the co-benefits of sectoral development policy, energy policy, and climate benefit co-benefits. And on the other hand, I will also show how if we go for climate policy, how they can also be providing mutually beneficial impacts on energy and many other societal goals. That's why I kept it like this, that I will start with what has been happening in India. So I'll give more empirical evidences that what has been happening. And then I would come back to how do we see the climate co-benefits. One thing I would like to say, if any one of you have any question, please feel free, but you need to speak out because I'm giving in the presentation mode, so I can't see the raise hand. So you need to just stop me and just speak out so that I can also make it more interactive. So I would start with a very traditional policy, which has been on energy efficiency. I intentionally do this because you can see how in the developing world, this one policy has created what level of momentum, and then I'll come to the climate policies. So in IPCC report, it has been clearly said that energy efficiency is a necessary condition for ambitious climate goal. However, this is not a sufficient one, but this is one of the necessary conditions for ambitious climate goal. This is a graph which I'm trying to show for India, we looked into from 1990 to 2014-15, how the emission has been changing over the years and what has been driving the change. If you look into this, then this is the economic activity growth, which is leading to CO2 emission growth, definitely. But if you look into, interestingly, that how the other drivers, so this is something which is showing that total emission change is this broken line, right? So activity growth has been much higher than the total emission growth. And if you look into the more recent years, you can see that how they are diverging, which means that in India, we do see relative decoupling happening. And if you look into what is driving this relative decoupling between economic growth and the activity growth, is emission growth and the activity growth, then you can see that actually the energy intensity has been constantly declining, or you can say is improving in India, which we usually take as an indicator for energy efficiency. If you look at the structural change, there has been more or less up and down. I would not say much change, or fuel mix also very little compared to that. But energy efficiency growth has actually brought in this divergence and relative decoupling. This is for the Indian economy as a whole. And also, I would like to say that you know that in India, India's position in climate negotiation was not earlier in terms of the absolute emission reduction. It has been on, initially it was prior to Paris Agreement, it was around the energy intensity, fossil fuel intensity reduction. And in Paris, it became the emission intensity reduction. And here also, I'm just showing that the industry sector for the same period, if you look into the industry sector, this is the most interesting driver of India's emission with activity growth. You can see how this is diverging in the sense that in few years, you can actually see that the growth in emission was lower than the activity growth, which means the energy intensity has been declining so fast that there has been relative decoupling happening in industry, and that has actually influenced what has been happening within the Indian economy as a whole. Because if I show you other sectors, then you can see that in agriculture sector there has been ups and downs, and some downs are for energy intensity reduction, there were massive effort taken, but then again there has been increase because the electricity consumption has been increasing. But also in terms of service sector, you can see that in the service sector also, slowly the relative decoupling is happening. Why all these are happening? I'll come to that, right? So you can see that energy efficiency improvement in terms of intensity reduction or specific energy consumption reduction has actually delivered the relative decoupling for countries like India and many developing countries. We actually documented the assessment from many developing countries in IPCC 5th assessment report, and in the 6th assessment report also you will see. And in a very recent publication, we have come up with information that actually this is leading to somewhat, for some countries, actually absolute reduction is also happening. Absolute decoupling is also starting. But for developing countries, yet absolute decoupling has not started, but the relative decoupling is happening, which is a very positive direction, I would say. So I would talk to you a little more on the industry sector. Very interestingly, you can see how in India, the energy policy, if you look in the initial years, then you will see that, this is for the power sector, right? If you look into the power sector, you can see that actually in the initial years, the total emission was even higher, than the activity growth. That means more energy was consumed compared to the activity growth. But in recent years, you can see that the total emission and activity growth in power sector, there is relative decoupling happening, but at a very slow rate compared to other sectors like industry sector, because energy intensity has been very recently, only recently from 2006-07, it has been started declining, but not in the earlier years. You can see that there was not much energy efficiency improvement, and actually in beginning of 90s, there was more emission. So energy intensity was on the reverse direction. That means it was inefficient, right? So there has been some improvement. So I would say that the policy in India has been historically towards more energy usage and energy efficiency improvement, and there has been an historical relative decoupling trajectory which we can see. And if we look into the industrial sector, as I said, that has contributed the most, and but we all know that for absolute decoupling, fuel mix change is pertinent, especially in the energy sector. So this is just to show that in the power sector, actually, so in India, for India actually to achieve absolute decoupling, unless the power sector fuel mix doesn't change, then there is going to be difficulty to achieve the absolute decoupling. And if you look into the power mix, a power sector mix, then I would say this whole black part is the coal, and this is the renewable energy which has solar, biomass, wind. This is a little old. I'll give you a little more newer data. But also what I want to say is that still coal dominates in the power sector in India. So this is what really need to change. And as I said, that Indian industries really took the leadership. And very interestingly, if we see, in 1970s until mid-80s, when developed world were actually introducing energy efficiency improvement, India was not at that level. So there was almost 1:1 activity and energy usage growth. But you can see from mid-90s or late 90s, actually, this decoupling process has started. And you can see in 2000, over past 20 years, how fast this is changing. I mean, I'm showing this from a publication, so this is a little older data, but then we have used more recent data, which also shows that this is continuously diverging. So that's very good news. And if you look into deeper, then we see that actually all the energy intensive industries have, adopted the clean fuel technology, and that has played a major role. But of course, there is cost involved in this, and you can see that for all the industries, right? Aggregate manufacturing, aluminum, cement, iron and steel, fertilizer, chemical, pulp and paper, and textile, the energy intensity over 4 decades have been declining constantly in India. And that has actually helped in formulating future climate-targeted policies. So this success story has given a confidence among the different policymakers, as well as the investors and the industries towards more climate-friendly policies. So that's why I wanted to tell you the little bit of history, because that has important bearing on how these developing countries are looking at the climate policy. Just to give you an example, in cement industry, you can see over these years, there has been a transformative change in the process technology, right? So there are, earlier it was no dry technology, and now it is almost the whole thing is dry technology. And this a small thing which you see are the electrification more. So what I wanted to say is that we talk about the incremental changes and also transition and also the transformation. So this is something I give an example that how even with small steps we achieved transformational change in the cement industry. I can go on giving more examples, but I'm not going into more of such examples. But the problem with the climate policy right now is that because of the level of emission reduction that is needed at this time to stabilize at 1.5 degrees Celsius by the turn of the century, we cannot take so long for transformative change. We need more faster change for the transformative change to happen. So it cannot be just incremental changes. And that's why I said the energy efficiency is a necessary condition, but not sufficient to deliver the desired level of change. Because right now, it's just not about the energy efficiency improvement or betterment of technology, but also how emission goes down. But if you look into this, very interestingly, what Indian industries has been doing, we need to understand these, because when we talk of any policy, we need to understand how a country has been progressing and what is the strength of a country. Because we need to look at those strengths and we can build on those strengths to build new policies and new policy paradigm. If we look at these, then interestingly, we will see that the industries have done multiple things, on their own. We actually interviewed all the, different companies and the leading companies who have adopted sustainable development policies and among the all energy intensive industries. And we found that some of them have actually gone for process change, as I showed in case of cement, so that there has been a transformative change. The process change has gone into drastic change due to technological improvement and technology transfer, or I would say that technology exchange among the different countries. So globally, many technologies became available to these industries, and that's why there has been such transformative change. But, the Indian industries have been also recycling the materials. If you look into the paper industry, if you look into the steel industry, you will always see that there are recycling materials. Cement, there is so much of recycling which happens within these industries. And waste material use, cement is a real sector where so much of waste material goes in. So what I want is, so there has been use of non-conventional energy, raw material change, product diversification, fuel switch, cogeneration, and also local emission reduction, technologies which they have been taking, because in India, local emission reduction policies for the industries are pretty strong. But also methane capture from waste has also been undertaken by many of the industries. So what I want to say is that we do talk of energy efficiency or energy intensity as an indicator, but that doesn't exactly show what the industries are doing. So we went deeper and tried to see what the industries have been doing in actual, so that we can understand what has gone in for these policies. And then we can dig into more to see how they can be encouraged, incentivized, or regulated for further reduction. So what I want to say is that there has been within the power sector, so we saw that in the industry sector, there has been a lot of changes, but in recent years, actually in the power sector also, there has been, drastic transition which are happening. If you look into the capacity addition during which was planned, but after pandemic, there has been many changes in this capacity addition program. But then before pandemic, these were the capacity addition programs or plans by the government for solar energy expansion, wind energy expansion, hydro expansion, and nuclear, gas, and coal. But then coal is now, those who were in the pipeline, many of them are getting halted. So maybe these will not actually happen and these will expand. So there lies another positive direction, that how climate goals are actually, driving the policies also. Although India has many other, not exactly the mandatory climate goal as such in the international negotiations. But also I want to say that this is something very important in India, as I said, how industries have been doing. So we did more econometric analysis, and we saw that actually there has been, a substitution between material and energy, and because the energy policy was driving mostly. I'll come again that what policies were impacting the industry's decisions, but also I want to say that energy policy was actually driving the decisions within the Indian industries. But interestingly, what we see that if we look into these, then how different inputs were getting substituted within the different industrial processes. And these industries are all those energy intensive industries over time. And we can see that basically there has been substitute for energy and labor. But what has happened in the process is that the use of material has gone up. And in IPCC fourth assessment report, we found that it is the material processing which actually leads to more emission. So this is something very important that we need to understand, that because the energy price was rising, so the industries were responding to energy cost saving, but they were increasing the different kind of material use, which actually material intensity is increasing in the Indian industries. But if the material use can be made more efficient, the resultant energy use reduction will be even more. So instead of just talking about energy efficiency, we need to go beyond those and talk about material efficiency. And in IPCC fifth assessment report in the industry chapter of Working Group 3, in Chapter 10, we showed that how material intensity reduction can give more energy intensity benefit, because energy intensity is one of the indicators we are taking. So as I said, we need to go behind the energy efficiency, energy intensity indicator, and dig deeper to understand what really needs to be done, what more can be done to deliver absolute decoupling goal. From that point of view, I also want to say that there has been several incentive-based regulatory mechanisms, but more of nudges. I would not say the energy price, because it was energy price which was driving the decisions, but also Government of India started energy conservation awards. And these energy conservation awards was kind of nudges for the industries. And we were making an assessment that how much investment has gone in, how much money has been saved, and what is the payback period, and how different industries are participating. So we can see that how the participation has actually gone up, and then the electrical energy saving in terms of equivalent avoided capacity in megawatt we have calculated. So as I said, that for these, actually the indirect energy use in industry sector has also gone down, because that has also led to energy savings in the industry sector. So we wanted to know from the companies that what is driving their main actions and motivation. And we were told that, and this is interesting, still market mechanism is a big driver for a decision of the industries who are actually competing in the local and the global market. So there lies the cost competitiveness for the industries is a very important driving force. Secondly, they say that the influence of policy, as I said, different nudging policies and these energy policies also impacted. But also they always said that the price consideration, price of the inputs and the price of the output in the market has been a very important driver for them to do the change. And they always were mindful of the consumer demand and exportability. So we can see that it's just not one policy or just the climate policy which influence, but several policies. This is something very important to understand, because not every country responds to same single policy, or there is no silver bullet, right? So we need a portfolio of policies to achieve from multiple dimensions the reduction in emission, because now we are in a critical decade when we have to take drastic action in this decade so that we can achieve absolute reduction and we can bend the curve of emission globally. That is something very important, and every country need to participate. So what I'm trying to show is that it's not about developed and developing country. There is a benefit to the industries to go for these policies which has climate benefit as well. Or if you look at it from the climate policy angle, then also we see that there are several benefits which are bringing to the industries and why they are taking action. So for influencing policies, we need to look into, for influencing different actors for action, we need to show the multiple benefits which accrues to the actors or the economic agents. So what I want to show is that, so basically what I want to show that industries have taken different actions for different reasons, right? But there was no analysis, but we did an analysis to see how within Indian industries, how much they are spending. And if we convert that in terms of the levelized cost of carbon, then we can see that different industries actually are taking various measures, in different cost ranges, right? So you can see that cement industry actually, so for all the industries, this blue one is showing the lowest cost option, right? So which is, say, the things they are doing, if you look into the cost, then it was less than $20 per ton of CO2 they were actually spending, So they were spending, but not looking into these numbers. They did not know these numbers, right? But they were spending. So we tried to look into the numbers and tried to convert them to the emission reduction and what is the cost involved in terms of levelized cost. So looking into these, we could find that actually if we look at cement industry, we say that Indian cement industry has performed really well. One of the best practice technology is also in India in the cement industry. So if you look at the cement industry, actually they have spent even above $100 per ton of CO2 for making them efficient, right? So they were looking for energy efficiency. They were not looking for emission efficiency, but that means they have actually spent more than $100 per ton of CO2. We usually do not talk of these, so I think we really need to discuss all these, and we need to do such analysis for many more countries to see in what range they are actually spending. And actually, by bringing in carbon price, this can be even made more efficient. So what I wanted to say is that for India, major relevant policies in the manufacturing sector were energy efficiency, energy conservation awards, Energy Conservation Act, and the Perform, Achieve, and Trade. This Perform, Achieve, and Trade is almost like EU ETS for these industries. So they have a target which they have to meet, but this target is, I'll come back to that in next slide. So in the power generation sector, there has been energy efficiency, so there has been PACT, and then Energy Conservation Act was also applicable for power generation. There has been renewable energy policy like National Solar Mission in 2010, renewable purchase obligation, RPOs, and reduction in transmission and distribution losses. So there has been policies, and policies has been in multiple directions. It's not exactly you cannot say that, oh, these were climate policies, but they all deliver the climate benefit, which I wanted to show you. So when we are planning for larger portfolio of policies, we cannot leave out any of these. That is what the most important message is. And if you look into, then there was for the household appliances and many industrial appliance, equipments, there have been standardization and labeling. So star labeling for all household appliances now. And in many parts, actually, many of the appliances, no inefficient appliance is now sold in the market. So there are energy conservation building codes, but this also doesn't cover all the buildings, but large building footprint. There has been enhanced fuel efficiency in transport sector. So cars have been, engine types have been, there has been labeling, and expanding the forest cover for sink capacity increase, and Indian nationally determined contribution, there is a commitment for emission intensity of GDP reduction by 30 to 35%. And our studies now show that actually India can achieve beyond that. I don't think I have included that slide in this slide deck, but we have that in the publication, which shows that India can actually by 2030 achieve more than this 30-35%. So it can overachieve. And it has a commitment for 175 gigawatt by 2022, but this has also gone up very recently. So what I want to say is that the emergence of policy framework in India has been through national enhanced energy efficiency missions. So basically large industries were responding to energy intensity policies, energy policies, and government of India picked up on that. And so the perform, achieve, and trade, which is like EUETS for India, is not around the emission certificates, but for energy certificate, but these are issued in terms of fossil fuel intensity of the output. So energy intensity, you can see, is the metric which is used for perform, achieve, and trade, and this EU ETS like trading system among the overachiever and the underachievers. And there is a coal cess for India, which was there for a very long time. This has actually gone up. So this was, this started with 50 Indian rupees initially per ton of coal, but that has gone up over time to 400 INR per ton of coal, and this has led to accumulation of fund, which is getting invested in renewable energy also. So what I wanted to say is that if you can see, then there has been a target in terms of perform, achieve, and trade. And these were done for all these energy intensive sectors and the power sector. And there were the large industries which were consulted and made to commit and take a target. And given the target, so there were baseline, specific energy consumption, which was provided to them, and then everybody had to make a target how much they want to commit. So if there is underachiever, there is a penalty, and if there is overachiever, there was a benefit in terms of they can they can trade this. So basically, a market mechanism through energy saving certification in India led to enhanced energy efficiency reduction, and which, as I said, has actually led to very fast decoupling between economic activity and energy intensity. So this is something which I want to show you that with GCAM model, we tried to understand that, well, if this is the reference scenario, then if there is advanced technology, energy efficiency, that means enhanced energy efficiency scenario, then we know that how much in India by 2050, only with this policy, how much can be reduced. But if there is a global price, carbon price scenario, we know that how much further it can be achieved. And this shows that if with carbon price and energy efficiency scenario we take, then we can see that actually India can peak by 2030 and can make the reduction. But this is for India. But then what it means is that there has to be a more policy intervention in the sense that the more new industries will need to be brought under, which are falling outside the PAT scheme now. So other industries has more potential because these industries will achieve the best practice technologies, and then there will be need for other industries to come in. So basically, if we are really looking at the climate target, mind it, this was for 2 degrees Celsius exercise which we did. For that also, what we see is that there is what kind of reduction is needed, and which means that only the industry sector cannot deliver. It has to be in the power generation sector. So anything in the industry sector reduction will need to be coupled with the power generation, change in power generation sector. So it says that by 2050, the policy should be such that how renewable share need to go up, and the model result shows that how nuclear, but then also the model result included all non-carbon sources, and this is also fossil fuel with CCS, how much they need to be by 2050. But interestingly, as I said, the nuclear share hasn't gone up so much, but in reality, these are model results. But in reality, what has happened as the renewable share has gone up much. So this you can see, this renewable share is increasing. So this is more or less following this, but then coal with CCS says, but then there has been in the national determined contribution, India does talk about the CCS technology, but there has not been much progress in that direction. Now, with all these discussion, what I want to say is that basically what we need to understand is that this is something which I always talk about, is that we need to change our progress measurement metric globally for all the countries, which can help in providing more direction to what is happening in terms of progress. So far, the progress we have shown, actually, if you look at the metric that we use is the GDP, right? The gross domestic product. I'm just giving an example from agriculture sector here, and where I'm saying that, so there is a value addition from economic activity, and we take care of land, labor, other inputs, water, fertilizers. So we show this is the GDP. So basically, economic progress, we are measuring only with this positive part. But this has also the greenhouse gas emission. And greenhouse gas emission, as I said, reduction, I showed you, the industries are spending money. So if we can take that price here and try to see how much they are spending, so in that case, which means that they are reducing the emission. So if they are not reducing the emission, then this is actually the adjusted GDP will be much less than what we produce, which we show as GDP. But if these actions are considered in our accounting process, and if we show that this price which they are spending is actually reducing the greenhouse gas emission, then we can show that GDP is actually, we can adjust it, and we can show that what is the positive impact. So I'm giving an example from agriculture sector here, which shows that it's a new economic activity. You change your nutrient management for GHG emission reduction, system of rice intensification, climate smart agriculture. All these have many positive and negative impacts. What we are doing, we are excluding all these emission related accounting from our economic progress indicator. That's why we are not seeing the total benefit of climate action. Once we can see the total benefit of climate action by correcting our GDP estimate, it will give a market signal. Of course, we will need many non-market policies also, because everything cannot be valued in terms of monetary terms. So there are the measurements, how you can look into that, but I'm not going into that. That can be a completely different subject of discussion, but I'm just trying to say that we do need this valuation of environmental impact and correct our metric of GDP, and then we can provide more incentive for the climate action. And we have seen that many of these provide these benefits which are compatible with sustainable development goals. So what we are saying is that by providing right kind of incentive, now we have a not always right incentive in the market. There are perverse incentive. That's why more emission, because we are not showing to the economic actor what is the adverse impact on the humanity's progress in terms of environmental degradation. So there is importance of looking into multiple benefits, just not the products which we are measuring, but also other environmental and societal benefit within the metric of economic progress and development progress. Then only we can achieve better economic progress with absolute decoupling. So in IPCC report, what we tried to say in 1.5 report, we tried to collate different studies, case studies from different countries to see how we can strengthen the global response to sustainable development goal, and not just the GDP growth, but how can we bring in sustainable development as an agenda for economic development, or for development of a country, how sustainable development can be an agenda and how we can influence those. So I would say that this framework is something which makes me to think that we should be thinking within this larger framework, and sustainable development, it's just not the economic activity, but the sustainable development goals we need to bring in. And we did that analysis. And we did more qualitative analysis. We looked into the different case studies, and we tried to see that where there is, how much literature exists, and where there is within the literature, how much agreement exists, and where there is high level of evidence and where there is low level of evidence, and how we can come up with some kind of confidence in our results. So in IPCC report, we came up with this figure where we wanted to show that if you take climate action in the energy supply sector, say, for example, you do switch from coal to renewables, coal to carbon capture and storage, coal and carbon capture and storage maybe, and also all different nuclear energy and all those energy forms, biomass. We took all the energy supply options. In the demand sector, we took all the appliance standard, energy efficiency, demand reduction. So all those we took under these. And in the land sector, we took in the land-based agronomic practice changes, etc. And then what we tried to see is that how different case studies are showing that if such policies are taken, say in land sector, it may be the climate smart agriculture somewhere, right? So those are the examples we took. So, and then we tried to see that how each of these are actually impacting the Sustainable Development Goals, because our aim was to make an assessment that what is the different case studies in aggregate telling us that if someone wants to make a choice, whether we invest more on the energy supply side or demand side measures or in the land-based to achieve mitigation. But our question was also not only mitigation, but also how we can achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. But interestingly, we found that none of the actions are providing always benefits. There is always some negative impact and some positive impact. So these brown color bars are showing what are the negative impacts, and these blue ones are showing the positive impact. And darker the shade is higher the confidence. So here you can see very high confidence. And this is from the Summary for Policymakers of 1.5 report, SPM4. You can look into that report, and you will see that what we tried to show is that the main message that we came up with is that actually if you focus on energy demand sector measures, you get more synergies with the Sustainable Development Goals compared to energy supply sector and the land-based sectors. So if you look into what I started with, so in India, the focus was more on energy demand sector, so industry sector, appliance standard, etc. So how you can achieve. So they have really achieved in energy demand sector, there has been more activities. So they can actually provide more sustainable development positive linkages. And I mean, you can go into details. You can go to the chapter 5 of 1.5 report, and where we have a more detailed analysis, and you can see all the methods and all the details how we did that. So that can be helpful for anyone, for any researcher who wants to do it. Later on, what we did, you can see here that we could not report the ocean sector because there was not much literature available. But later on in 2019, we worked with a group on high-level panel on ocean, and we tried to see in the ocean sector what kind of actions actually provide wider societal impacts, where we divided into economy, environment, society, as well as in governance. And we came up with the results that there are some negative impacts, but if we look into ocean-based renewable energy, we can see which ones are the positive impacts. So wherever there is negative impact, we could see that these are more a distributional issue, which can be minimized by active policy action or regulatory mechanism. So here we can see that, I mean, if we look into the fisheries, aquaculture, dietary shifts, then how we can see the positive and the negative impact. So we can see here for the ocean sector. We did also another one, and which we have published recently, where we wanted to show that for different sectors, and here we have included, all the studies from different parts of the world. So they all, I mean, the earlier ones also we included from developed and developing countries both. And then we tried to show that where Asian countries are also there, many other countries are also there, where we could, here we tried to say a little more. We tried to say that, okay, all these actions, all the mitigation actions, we tried to categorize them a little bit differently. We tried to show that, well, if there are incremental changes, we call them improve. And if there are shift in, say, for example, you are moving out from own personal car to public transport, so we are calling it as a shift. So how you are shifting your usage pattern. And here we are saying that how you can avoid emission. So this is improvement in emission, incremental change. This is a little bigger, you are shifting. And then you are avoiding emission. So you are reducing your ownership of vehicle. You are changing your urban living to compact cities. So this can be considered as preventive action. So you prevent emission to happen at all, so that you don't have to spend money for mitigation. So we could see that we could categorize these activities in different groups. And what we tried to see is that, so percentage of SDGs with synergies, and blue ones are showing percentage of SDGs with trade-offs. So what percentage of, so we can see that, very little, for very little, there are only two, three options, there are negative impact, but for most of them, there is a positive impact. And also what we wanted to see is that because to make any change to happen, you need change actors. So these are the societal actors. So we wanted to see that among the different actors, like the individuals, citizens, the government, the investors, and the industries, how many actors do you really need? So these black bars, higher the bar is, means that you need more actors to be involved for collective action. And this means you need less number of actors for collective action. So this way we did it for building sector and for industry sector also. So what we see is that positive impacts with sustainable development goals are more for all the mitigation actions. So it can be promoted that the climate action also provide the sustainable development goals, which many developing countries are trying to achieve. And what kind of actors are needed. So how you can avoid, how you can shift, how you can improve your emission. So with all these, we also wanted to do some bit on the non-CO2 emission for the Indian agriculture sector. I'm not going into details, but there also we find that mostly positive impact. And wherever there is some negative impact, we could find that this is because the regulatory mechanism need to change. And that can help in reducing the emission as well as help in achieving the sustainable development goals. I have mentioned a number of references and which we have published from where I have collated this. And with this, I'll thank you very much. And if you have any questions, but I did not leave much time for questions, I'm sorry about it. I thought that I'll finish early, but I could not.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Now, I think we still have some time left for questions from the audience.
I can see if you raise your hands now, or you can monitor it.
We can hand around the microphone. Just raise your hand if you want to ask a question.
Well, thanks very much for the presentation. It's very interesting what's going on in the Indian industries. You mentioned the cement industry there, and is the idea that by taking actions on energy efficiency and on perhaps bringing in other industries things like hydrogen, that will help Indian industries to gain a competitive advantage in the future against other players? Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. This is very much in discussion now, and actually Cement Association in India, they have made an announcement that before 2040, they want to become net zero by 2050 definitely, and they are investing in R&D a lot, and hydrogen is very much in discussion. I'll just give an example that in Bangladesh, we have seen that hydrogen, and I did not bring in many other countries because I was thinking that it's becoming too long. So in Bangladesh, in a very recent publication, I show that it's the geothermal and hydrogen can change the whole transition process in Bangladesh because they have a fantastic natural gas network, and that can be used for green hydrogen and geothermal, and they can transform their gas production to hydrogen and geothermal. Many countries have this prospect.
Okay, any other questions?
Thank you, Professor. I am from Bangladesh, actually. So thank you for bringing
so good to know that.
Yeah. So My question is the framework you showed, the GDP calculation, new framework you showed. What are the hindrances of adapting this kind of framework in our countries or globally?
No, interestingly, since 1993, within UN system, there has been this effort to develop methods how we can change the national income accounting and can expand it for environmental accounting. For India, I know I had been working with the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, and we now have in place this whole framework, and they are developing these statistics, and so the officers have also been trained. For Bangladesh, I know there has been discussion, but it has not been included yet, but there are many environmental economists who are trying to include this. And within the UN system, there are many efforts in many developing countries. Netherlands, they have this national environmental accounting, and in many countries it's already in place. I don't think this will take too long to get implemented.
Thank you. Just one last question about, since you talked about geothermal, I'm really unaware about the geothermal potential in our country, because I know we have very good gas network, but geothermal potential, I just want to know, we're curious to know where the potentials are.
Yeah, so basically, in the wherever there is, what we did, we took some of the abandoned wells in Sylhet region, and then we tried to measure, simulate, and try to see what is the potential there. And we have actually published it, So if you send me your email through these organizers, I can send you that paper also. So what we tried to see is that geothermal as an energy source is possible to get from the abandoned wells. And in Bangladesh, the potential is more in, not in power generation, but for cooling energy. So actually, because there is, being a tropical country, there is very high need of space cooling. And that can be used, geothermal can be used for that. And you can use just the drilling drill, which you already have, with some more scientific technological intervention, because it says in geothermal 70% is in infrastructure building, but Bangladesh already has that, so you are in an advantageous position. There has not been much discussion, even hydrogen is not much in discussion, but I always say that these countries have to make a leapfrog. They cannot wait for step-by-step ladder approach. We have the infrastructure for Bangladesh, we can implement it, hydrogen, they can invest it, and they can share the world's best technology right now. So this is something which we need to discuss.
Thank you again, Professor Roy. Thank you so much for being here with us today and sharing your insights. Thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And have a nice day.
Sure, thank you.
So now it's time for the synthesis session for today. We had the opportunity to listen to 4 very interesting talks today, and I think we could shed light on the topic of co-benefits from very different perspectives and from very different fields. Maybe now you need some time to digest all this new information that you received today. So I'm going to keep it short. We will have dinner tonight at 7:15 in Stadtwirtschaft. And tomorrow morning we will meet again back here at 8:45 for the next day. Thank you for today and have a nice evening. Goodbye.